Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The forest around Pinewood Station had always been my sanctuary. After 4 years as a ranger, I'd grown accustomed to its moods, the way sunlight dappled through leaves in summer, how fog clung to the ground on autumn mornings, even the eerie stillness that descended during winter storms. But that night in early October, something felt fundamentally wrong about the place I'd come to love. I arrived for the night shift at 10 p.m., my boots crunching on the gravel parking lot as I approached the weathered cabin that served as our outpost. Rain had been threatening all day, and the air hung heavy with moisture and unease. Overhead, clouds obscured the stars, leaving only occasional glimpses of a waning moon that cast weak, shifting light across the clearing. "Evening, Will," I called out as I stepped through the door, shaking moisture from my jacket. The station's interior should have felt familiar and comforting. The worn wooden desk with its ancient radio equipment, the small kitchenette in the corner, the maps of Hollow Grove Wilderness area covering the walls. Instead, the space felt unnaturally confined, as if the walls had inched closer while I wasn't looking. Will glanced up from the logbook, his expression tense. "Hey, Nora. Glad you're here. It's been quiet." Something in his tone made me pause. In our line of work, quiet usually meant good. No lost hikers, no forest fires, no trouble. But the way he said it suggested otherwise. "Anything I should know about?" I asked, hanging my jacket on the peg by the door. "Nothing concrete." Will closed the logbook with a deliberate movement. "Just a feeling. Been getting calls from campers in the north section. They keep reporting noises after dark, voices that aren't quite voices, movement at the edge of their campsites." I nodded slowly. "Probably just wildlife. Deer get pretty bold this time of year." That's what I told them. Will stood and gathered his things. "But keep your radio close tonight. I just can't shake this feeling that something's off." After Will left, I settled into the night's routine, checking weather reports, reviewing trail conditions, and monitoring the emergency frequency. Outside, the wind picked up, sending branches scratching against the station's roof like fingernails. I tried to focus on paperwork, but my attention kept drifting to the windows, now reflecting the interior lights like black mirrors. Around midnight, the radio crackled to life. "Pinewood, this is Tanner. You there, Nora?" The voice belonged to Stephanie, who was stationed at the eastern lookout. I reached for the handset. "Reading you, Tanner. Everything okay?" "Just checking in. Have you been outside in the last hour?" Her voice sounded oddly strained. "No. Why?" A pause. "I thought I saw lights in the woods about half a mile from your position. Moving lights, like flashlights, but they weren't following any trail." I moved to the window, peering into the darkness. "Campers, maybe? Or poachers?" "Maybe." Another pause. "But they were moving, too. Synchronized, like they knew exactly where they were going." I felt the first real stirring of unease. "Want me to check it out?" "No," she said quickly. "Just stay alert. Something doesn't feel right tonight." After signing off, I found myself unable to settle. The station suddenly felt too isolated, a tiny island of light in a vast ocean of darkness. I'd spent countless nights here alone, but never before had I felt so intensely watched. At 2 a.m., I decided to step outside for a routine perimeter check. The moment I opened the door, the forest's atmosphere hit me. A wall of cold, damp air carrying the scent of wet leaves and something else I couldn't identify. Something acrid and wrong. My flashlight cut a weak cone through the darkness as I walked the station's perimeter. Every sound seemed amplified. The crunch of leaves under my boots, the drip of moisture from branches, the distant call of an owl. Nothing looked out of place, yet I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes tracking my movement. Near the woodshed, my beam caught something unusual. A small arrangement of twigs on the ground, too deliberate to be natural. I crouched for a closer look. Someone had arranged thin branches in a crude star pattern, with what looked like animal bones placed at each point. A cold knot formed in my stomach. This was no random forest debris. Someone had been here, and recently. Back inside, I radioed Stephanie, describing what I'd found. "Don't touch it," she warned. "There have been reports of similar things near abandoned campsites. The district supervisor thinks it might be connected to some kind of local ritual, maybe kids messing around." "You don't sound convinced," I noted. "I'm not." Her voice dropped lower. "Hollow Grove has always had stories, Nora, long before it became a wilderness area. Indigenous people avoided certain parts of these woods. Early settlers reported strange disappearances." I swallowed hard. "You're not usually one for ghost stories." "It's not about ghosts," she replied. "It's about respect. Some places don't want us there. And I think something in these woods is making that very clear." After we signed off, I found myself checking the locks on the doors and windows, drawing the blinds tight. The wind had picked up again, and rain began to patter against the roof. I tried to concentrate on my reports, but every unexpected noise made me tense. Around 4 a.m. I heard it, a sound so subtle I might have missed it if I hadn't been so on edge. A soft scraping against the station's back wall, like someone dragging their fingers across the wooden siding. I froze, my pen hovering above half-completed paperwork. The scraping continued, moving slowly around the perimeter of the building. It wasn't random. It was methodical, as if someone was testing every inch of the structure for weakness. I grabbed my flashlight and service pistol, though regulation forbade using weapons except in life-threatening situations. With my heart hammering against my ribs, I approached the window nearest to the sound. Carefully, I parted the blinds a fraction of an inch. At first, I saw nothing but darkness and the glistening surfaces of rain-soaked trees. Then, movement caught my eye. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, just where the station's exterior light faded into shadow. It was tall and motionless, its features obscured by what looked like a hooded coat. Despite the pouring rain, it made no move for shelter, simply standing there, facing the station. Watching. I let the blind fall back and retreated to the desk, radio in hand. But before I could call for backup, the lights flickered once, twice, and went out. The station plunged into darkness, broken only by the weak glow of emergency lights. In that moment of primal fear, with rain drumming on the roof and wind howling through the trees, I understood what the forest had been trying to tell me all along. We were not alone, and we were not welcome. Morning came with a fragile sense of relief. As sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting long rectangles across the station floor, I found myself questioning the events of the night. Had I really seen a figure standing in the rain, or had exhaustion played tricks on my mind? The power had returned around 5 a.m., a common occurrence during storms, and with it came the comforting hum of electricity and reason. My relief was short-lived. Just after 8 a.m., the door swung open, bringing a gust of cool air, and Supervisor Howard, his face grim beneath his rain-speckled hat. "Rough night?" he asked, noticing my disheveled appearance. I nodded, pouring a second cup of coffee. Power went out, and there was someone outside the station. Howard's expression darkened. Someone? Not wildlife? "Definitely human," I confirmed, describing the hooded figure and the strange arrangement of twigs I'd found. He sighed heavily, removing his hat. "You're not the first to report something like this. We've had 3 similar incidents in the past month. Strange markings near trails, unauthorized persons after hours, equipment tampering." "What do you think it is?" I asked, watching his face carefully. Howard hesitated. "Officially? Probably just vandals or thrill-seekers. The department doesn't want us spreading panic." He glanced at the door, then lowered his voice. "Unofficially? I think we've got a problem, a serious one." He asked me to finish my shift report while he made some calls. As I typed, my mind kept returning to the figure in the rain. There had been something unnervingly patient about the way it stood there, as if time meant nothing to it. When Howard returned, he carried a dusty file box. "I've been collecting information," he explained, setting it on the desk. "Reports, local history, newspaper clippings, anything related to unusual occurrences in Hollow Grove." Inside the box were dozens of manila folders, each meticulously labeled with dates spanning decades. Howard pulled one out, marked 1976-1982. 7 hikers disappeared during this period, he said, spreading photographs across the desk, all in the same 5-mile radius of the North Ridge. The official conclusion was that they got lost, succumbed to exposure, standard wilderness fatalities. "But you don't believe that," I ventured. "What I believe," Howard said carefully, "is that the search teams found things they couldn't explain. Items arranged in patterns, strange markings on trees, and footprints that started and stopped impossibly, as if whoever made them had appeared and vanished mid-stride." He pulled out another folder, labeled 1998. "This is where it gets interesting. A graduate student doing research on local folklore interviewed elderly residents about Hollow Grove. Most of them refused to speak on record, but one man, a former logger named Roy Garrison, provided detailed accounts." Howard handed me a transcript. The pages were filled with Garrison's recollections of what the logging crews called the Watchers, figures occasionally glimpsed among distant trees, always observing, never approaching. According to Garrison, the company had abandoned a particularly lucrative section of forest after 3 men vanished in 1 week. "They found one of them," I read aloud from the transcript, "or parts of him, arranged real careful-like at the base of a big oak, like some kind of offering. The other 2? Never a trace." The interview continued with Garrison's claims that the Watchers weren't supernatural but human, members of what he called the Grove, a secretive group that had inhabited the deep forest for generations, protecting territory they considered sacred. "Do you think there's any truth to this?" I asked, feeling a chill despite the station's warmth. Howard shrugged. "I think these woods have secrets, and I think someone doesn't want us uncovering them." Throughout the day, rangers from other stations reported in. 2 mentioned finding similar twig arrangements near their outposts. Another described how his motion sensor cameras had been found neatly disassembled, the memory cards missing. Each incident on its own might have been dismissed as vandalism or wildlife interference. Together, they formed a pattern that couldn't be ignored. By afternoon, the rain had stopped, and I joined Howard and 2 other rangers, Camilla and Ben, for a sweep of the area surrounding Pinewood Station. The forest felt different in daylight, less threatening, but somehow more secretive, as if it had drawn a veil over the evidence of the previous night's disturbances. We found nothing at first. The ground was too wet to hold clear footprints, and the twig arrangement I'd seen had been scattered, whether by wind or deliberately, I couldn't tell. Then Camilla called us over to the north side of the clearing. Half hidden beneath a fallen log was a small leather pouch, darkened with age and moisture. Howard carefully picked it up with a gloved hand and loosened the drawstring. Inside was a collection of objects that made little sense together. A rusted key, several small animal teeth, a tarnished coin with unfamiliar markings, and a folded piece of paper. Howard carefully unfolded the paper to reveal a crude map of Hollow Grove, with certain areas marked with symbols none of us recognized. "This is recent," he said, pointing to notations in the margin. "These are ranger station locations, including temporary outposts we only established last month." We exchanged uneasy glances. Someone had been monitoring our movements closely enough to create a detailed record of our presence in the forest. "We should report this," Ben suggested. Howard nodded slowly. "We will. But between us, I don't think we'll get much help. The department is focused on the upcoming tourist season. They don't want stories about strange occurrences scaring visitors away." "So what do?" I asked. "We watch," Howard replied grimly. "We document everything, and we stick together. No more solo night shifts until we figure out what we're dealing with." As we walked back to the station, I noticed something we'd all missed on our way out. A series of small marks carved into tree trunks, forming a line that led deeper into the forest. The marks were fresh, the exposed wood still pale against the dark bark. It's a trail, Ben whispered. They're leaving signs for each other. Howard studied the markings with a troubled expression. They want us to know they're here, that this is their territory, not ours. Or, Camilla suggested quietly, they're leading us somewhere. The thought hung in the air between us, unsettling in its implications. Were we being invited to follow? And if so, to what end? Back at the station, Howard radioed headquarters to report our findings. The response was predictably bureaucratic. File the reports, bag the evidence, increase patrols. No additional resources, no investigation beyond our standard protocols. They think we're overreacting, Howard said after ending the call, his frustration evident. Maybe we are, Ben offered, though he didn't sound convinced. I thought about the figure I'd seen standing in the rain, so patient and still. No, I said firmly. Something's happening in these woods, something organized and deliberate. And I think it's been happening for a long time. As twilight approached, bringing with it the promise of another long night, we prepared the station as if for a siege, checking equipment, securing windows, establishing a rotation so no one would be alone on watch. Despite our preparations, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. The forest had been trying to tell us something. And if the pattern held, tonight we might finally hear its message, whether we wanted to or not. Night fell more quickly than seemed natural, as if darkness had been waiting impatiently at the forest's edge. The four of us, Howard, Camilla, Ben, and myself, gathered in the main room of Pinewood Station, our casual conversation failing to mask the tension that hummed between us like a live wire. Howard had insisted we maintain normal operations, though normal now included doubled patrols and strict buddy protocols. No one ventured outside alone, not even to check the generator or retrieve supplies from the shed. Radio check every 30 minutes, Howard reminded us, adjusting his equipment. Any sign of unusual activity, you report immediately. No heroics, no investigating on your own. The night shift began uneventfully. Ben and I took the first outdoor patrol, circling the station's immediate perimeter with flashlights that seemed inadequate against the pressing darkness. The forest sounds were typical, wind through branches, the occasional rustle of nocturnal creatures, yet somehow amplified, as if the woods were holding its collective breath, and these small noises escaped despite its best efforts. "Do you feel that?" Ben whispered as we rounded the eastern corner of the station. I didn't need to ask what he meant. The sensation of being watched had returned, stronger than before. I swept my flashlight across the tree line, the beam catching nothing but ordinary foliage. "There's nothing there," I said, more to convince myself than Ben. "That we can see," he countered, his voice tight. We completed our circuit and returned inside, where Howard and Camilla were reviewing topographical maps of the area, marking locations of previous incidents. The pattern they'd identified formed a rough semicircle around the most remote sections of Hollow Grove. "It's like they're establishing a boundary," Howard observed. "Pushing back against our presence in certain areas," Camilla pointed to several unmarked regions. "These parts haven't had any reported activity. They're also the most heavily trafficked by tourists and day hikers." "So they're avoiding public attention," I suggested. "Or," Ben added, "they only care about the deep forest, the places most people never go." The radio crackled, startling us all. It was Stephanie from the Eastern Lookout. "Pinewood, be advised. I'm tracking movement approximately 1 mile from your position, heading your way. Multiple heat signatures on the thermal." Howard grabbed the handset. "How many?" "At least 6, moving in formation. They're keeping to dense cover, avoiding clearings." "Can you identify?" Howard asked, though his expression suggested he already knew the answer. "Negative. But they're definitely human-sized, and they're moving with purpose." Howard instructed her to continue monitoring and to alert Forest Service headquarters. Then he turned to us, his decision already made. "Defensive positions. Camilla, secure the communication equipment. Ben, check all entries. Nora, help me with the lights." We moved with practiced efficiency, dimming interior lights to reduce our visibility from outside while maintaining enough illumination to work. Howard and I covered windows with blackout material kept for emergency situations, leaving small gaps for observation. Through one such gap, I caught my first glimpse of them, dark figures moving at the forest's edge, their forms seeming to blend with the shadows between trees. They made no attempt to conceal their presence now, standing just beyond the clearing that surrounded the station. "I count 8, Howard murmured, watching through binoculars, all in dark clothing, some kind of hooded garments. "What are they doing?" Camilla asked, joining us at the window. "Waiting," I realized, just like last night. For nearly an hour, the figures remained motionless, forming an irregular line among the trees. They made no attempt to approach the station, no threatening movements, yet their silent vigil felt more menacing than any overt aggression. "This is psychological," Ben whispered. "They're trying to wear us down." Howard nodded grimly. "Standard intimidation tactic. Create uncertainty, generate fear, force a mistake." "It's working," Camilla admitted. The radio crackled again. Stephanie's voice came through, tense but controlled. "Pinewood, I've lost visual on the group. They've moved into a blind spot. Headquarters is sending backup. ETA 40 minutes. Howard acknowledged the message, then turned to us. "They won't wait that long. Whatever they're planning, it'll happen soon." He was right. Moments later, the station's exterior sensors triggered, indicating movement near the western wall, the side opposite from where we'd been observing the watchers. "They've split up," Howard realized. "The ones we saw were a distraction." A sharp crack echoed through the station as something struck a window, not hard enough to break the glass, but with sufficient force to send a spiderweb of cracks across its surface. Then another window and another, impacts coming from all sides in rapid succession. "They're testing our defenses," Howard said, his voice steady despite the escalating situation. "Stay calm, stay together." The impacts continued for several minutes, then stopped as suddenly as they had begun. The silence that followed was somehow worse, thick with anticipation and dread. Then came a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping against the station's walls, like dozens of fingers drumming in unison. It created a disorienting effect, making it impossible to determine how many individuals surrounded us or where exactly they were positioned. "What are they doing?" Ben hissed, his earlier composure beginning to fray. I moved to a different window, careful to stay in shadow, and peered through a narrow gap in the covering. What I saw made my stomach clench. The figures had moved closer, now standing at the very edge of the clearing. Each held what appeared to be a long stick, which they used to tap against trees, rocks, and occasionally the ground itself. The rhythm was complex, but coordinated, creating a pattern that seemed almost like a form of communication. "I think they're sending a message," I whispered. Howard joined me at the window. "To us? Or to each other?" "I don't know, but listen, it's changing." The rhythm had indeed shifted, becoming faster and more insistent. As it did, the figures began to move, not toward the station as I had feared, but in a circular pattern around the clearing. Their movements were fluid and practiced, like performers in a well-rehearsed ritual. Suddenly the tapping stopped. In the abrupt silence, a single figure stepped forward from the tree line, taller than the others, its hooded face directed toward the station with unnerving precision. It raised both arms, and in its hands was an object that caught the faint moonlight, a small, intricate construction of twigs and bones, similar to what I'd found the previous night, but larger and more complex. The figure placed the object on the ground at the clearing's edge, then stepped back. One by one, the other watchers did the same, creating a circle of these strange totems around the station. "What is this?" Camilla whispered. "Some kind of boundary?" "Or a message," I suggested, remembering the arranged twigs I'd found. "A warning." The last totem placed, the figures retreated to the forest's edge. For a moment, they stood motionless again, a silent semicircle of shadowed forms. Then, with a synchronicity that sent chills through me, they turned and vanished into the darkness of the trees. We remained at our posts, tense and alert, but the watchers did not return. When backup finally arrived, the clearing was empty, save for the circle of totems, each one pointing toward the station like an accusing finger. The Forest Service officers were skeptical, despite the physical evidence. They collected the totems for analysis, took statements, and promised increased patrols, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't fully believe our accounts. To them, this was probably just another case of harassment by environmental activists or local troublemakers, but I knew better. We all did. What we had witnessed was something older and more organized than simple vandalism. The precision of their movements, the ritualistic nature of their actions, these spoke of tradition and purpose. As dawn broke over Hollow Grove, casting long shadows across the clearing, I stood at the station window and gazed into the awakening forest. Somewhere beyond those trees, the watchers were waiting, and I couldn't shake the feeling that last night had been merely a prologue, the opening move in a game whose rules and stakes we did not yet understand. The department's official response to the night's events was predictably inadequate. 2 additional rangers were assigned to Pinewood Station, and patrols throughout Hollow Grove were increased. But the underlying message from headquarters was clear. This was a security matter, not the beginning of some forest conspiracy. "They think we're exaggerating," Howard said bitterly after a tense call with regional management. "Or worse, that we panicked over some kids playing pranks." "Kids don't move like that," Ben countered. "What we saw was organized, disciplined." I nodded in agreement, remembering the fluid, almost ceremonial way the watchers had moved. There was purpose behind it, like they were following a script they'd rehearsed many times before. Howard spread a map across the station's main table. "I've been comparing our incident with historical reports. There's a pattern emerging." He pointed to several marked locations. Every major encounter with these watchers has occurred within a 5-mile radius of this area. We all leaned in to look. The area Howard indicated was one of the most remote sections of Hollow Grove, a densely forested valley surrounded by steep ridges. According to the map, it contained no trails, no campsites, no infrastructure of any kind. "What's there?" I asked. "Officially, nothing of interest." Howard's finger traced the valley's outline. But local history tells a different story. This valley was considered sacred ground by indigenous peoples. Later, early settlers avoided it completely. There are journal entries describing it as a place where the forest itself seems hostile to human presence. "That's not very scientific," Ben remarked. "Maybe not," Howard conceded. "But there's something else. In the 1930s, a geological survey team went missing while mapping this area. When a search party finally found them weeks later, the survivors were changed. Their reports described people who weren't people living deep in the valley, practicing rituals that defied natural law." "Survivors?" Camilla asked. "How many didn't make it?" 3 out of 5 died before they were found. Official cause was exposure and malnutrition. But the autopsy notes mentioned unusual markings on their bodies, precise patterns of shallow cuts that didn't match any known animal or environmental cause. A heavy silence fell over the room as we absorbed this information. What Howard was suggesting went beyond troublemakers or environmental extremists. He was talking about something persistent and organized that had existed in these woods for generations. "So what do we do?" I finally asked. Howard folded the map deliberately. "We go in, a small team, minimal equipment, no official sanction. We find out what's in that valley." "That's not protocol," Ben objected, though without much conviction. "Protocol hasn't gotten us anywhere," Howard replied. "If the department won't take this seriously, we need to gather evidence they can't ignore." The plan was simple, if reckless. Howard, Camilla, and I would venture into the unmapped valley while Ben maintained our cover at the station, reporting our position as conducting routine maintenance on remote trail markers. We would carry only essential gear, enough for 3 days in the field, and maintain radio contact when possible, though the valley's topography would likely limit transmission. We set out at dawn the following day, taking a little-used maintenance trail before veering off into trackless forest. The early morning light filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns that shifted with each breeze. Under different circumstances, it might have been beautiful. As we hiked deeper into Hollow Grove, the forest gradually changed. The trees grew older and more massive, their gnarled trunks covered in thick moss. The undergrowth became sparser, allowing us to move more quietly but also eliminating cover. If anyone, or anything was watching, we would be easily spotted. By midday, we reached the ridge overlooking the valley. From our vantage point, it appeared unremarkable, a sea of green stretching to distant slopes, broken occasionally by rock formations and what might have been small clearings. "Doesn't look like much," Camilla observed, lowering her binoculars. "That's the point," Howard replied. "The perfect hiding place is one that doesn't look worth finding." The descent into the valley was arduous, the slope steep and treacherous with loose rocks and exposed roots. Several times we had to backtrack to find passable routes. It was as if the landscape itself was reluctant to grant us entry. When we finally reached level ground, the character of the forest changed again. The trees here were different. Older varieties I didn't recognize, with smooth, pale bark and branches that grew in unnatural formations, almost like deliberate sculptures. The air felt heavier, rich with the scent of decay and something else, an acrid undertone that reminded me of smoke, though we saw no evidence of recent fires. "Check this out," Camilla called softly from several yards ahead. She stood before a massive oak, its trunk wider than all three of us, with arms outstretched. Carved into its bark was a symbol, a complex spiral pattern surrounding what looked like a stylized eye. "It's old," Howard said, running his fingers over the carving. "The bark has grown around parts of it, but some sections have been recently refreshed." "A boundary marker?" I suggested. Howard nodded slowly. "I think we've just entered their territory." We continued with heightened caution, moving as quietly as possible through the increasingly strange forest. The usual woodland sounds, birdsong, rustling leaves, the occasional scurry of small animals, had diminished to near silence. The only constant was a soft, persistent wind that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, carrying whispers just below the threshold of comprehension. Late in the afternoon, we found the first clear evidence of human presence. A narrow path worn through the undergrowth, too regular to be an animal trail. It wound between trees, occasionally marked with small piles of stones or sticks arranged in patterns similar to the totems we'd seen at the station. "Should we follow it?" I asked, eyeing the path with apprehension. Howard hesitated, which was unusual for him. "Yes, but we maintain distance. If this leads to their camp or settlement, we observe only. No contact." The path led us deeper into the valley, gradually descending toward what our map indicated might be a water source. As we walked, I became increasingly aware of subtle changes in our surroundings. Trees with bark stripped in precise patterns, small clearings where the ground had been swept clean of debris, and occasionally objects hanging from branches, bundles of feathers, small bones, tarnished metal pieces strung together to create wind chimes that produced discordant notes. "This isn't random," Camilla whispered. "These are markers of some kind. A system." "Or a language," I suggested, remembering the rhythmic tapping from the night before. The path eventually opened into a larger clearing dominated by a massive stone formation, a natural outcropping that had been augmented with carefully placed smaller stones to create what appeared to be an altar or platform. The ground around it was bare earth, packed hard by frequent use. "This is a gathering place," Howard said, his voice hushed with both awe and unease. "Look at the wear patterns. People stand here regularly, in formation." We approached cautiously. The stone platform bore markings similar to those we'd seen on trees, but more elaborate. Concentric circles, spiraling lines, and what might have been crude representations of human figures, all deeply carved into the rock surface. "This is old," Howard murmured, tracing one of the carvings. "Centuries, maybe more. But maintained," Camilla added, pointing to fresher tool marks in certain areas. I circled the platform, studying the ground. There have been fires here recently, multiple small ones arranged in a pattern around the central stone. Howard was about to respond when a sharp crack echoed through the clearing, the unmistakable sound of a branch breaking under weight. We froze, scanning the surrounding forest edge. Nothing moved. The forest had gone completely silent, even the persistent wind dying away to leave an unnatural stillness. "We need to go," Howard whispered. "Now." We retreated the way we had come, moving as quietly as possible while maintaining a brisk pace. The sensation of being watched was overwhelming now, a physical pressure that made the hair on my neck stand on end. Another sound reached us, a soft, rhythmic tapping, similar to what we'd heard at the station but more complex, coming from multiple directions at once. It seemed to follow us, always just out of sight beyond the trees. "They're tracking us," Camilla hissed, using the sound to coordinate. We increased our pace, abandoning stealth for speed. The path we'd followed earlier seemed to have shifted somehow, landmarks I'd noted on our approach now out of place or missing entirely. Either we had become disoriented, or the forest itself was changing around us. As twilight approached, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for us like grasping hands, we realized we were lost. The ridge that should have been visible to our east was nowhere in sight, and our compass readings made no sense, the needle spinning erratically when we tried to establish direction. "This isn't possible," I muttered, shaking the compass in frustration. "We need to find high ground," Howard decided. "Get our bearings before full dark." We veered toward what appeared to be a slight rise, hoping for a view above the canopy. The tapping had stopped, which somehow felt more threatening than its presence. The silence was expectant, as if the forest was holding its breath. The rise turned out to be the edge of a small ravine, its far side rising steeply to form a natural wall. At the ravine's bottom, partially hidden by fallen logs and decades of leaf litter, was a structure, the remnants of a cabin or shelter, its timber frame still standing, though the roof had long since collapsed. "That's not on any map," Howard said, staring at the ruin. "Looks old," Camilla observed. "Trapper's cabin, maybe?" We descended carefully into the ravine, approaching the structure with caution. Up close, it was larger than it had appeared from above. Not a simple cabin, but a more substantial building, its construction unlike the utilitarian shelters typically found in these woods. The timbers were massive and joined with unusual precision, some bearing faded carvings similar to those we'd seen on trees and rocks. This was theirs, I realized. The Watchers, or whoever came before them. Howard nodded slowly. An outpost, maybe, or a temple of some kind. Inside the ruined structure, the ground was surprisingly clear of debris, as if it had been recently swept. In the center was a fire pit, ringed with stones, arranged in the now familiar spiral pattern. Beside it lay a collection of objects that made us all pause. Modern items including a Ranger Service radio, a digital camera with its casing removed, and several pieces of hiking equipment, all partially disassembled. "These are from recent visitors," Howard said, examining a boot with its sole meticulously separated from the upper. "They're studying our technology." "But why take it apart like this?" Camilla wondered. "To understand how it works," I suggested. "How we work." As I spoke, my flashlight beam caught something on the far wall, a series of markings that didn't match the carvings we'd seen elsewhere. Moving closer, I realized with a jolt that they were photographs, dozens of them, pinned to the timber with small wooden spikes. They showed rangers, campers, maintenance workers, all people who had entered Hollow Grove over what appeared to be years or even decades, based on the clothing styles and equipment visible in the images. Some photos were recent enough that I recognized the subjects, colleagues from other stations, hikers who had passed through our checkpoint. And among them, pinned centrally as if of special importance, were pictures of us. Howard checking equipment outside Pinewood Station, Camilla on patrol along the eastern ridge. Me, standing at the station window, looking out into the forest. Taken, I realized with a chill, on the night I'd first sensed something watching. "They've been monitoring us all along," Howard whispered, "learning our patterns, our weaknesses." "Why?" Camilla asked, her voice tight with fear. Before anyone could respond, a sound reached us from outside, the now familiar tapping, but louder and faster than before, coming from all directions at once. With it came voices, low and guttural, speaking words I couldn't understand, but which carried unmistakable purpose and authority. We extinguished our lights immediately, crouching in the darkness of the ruined structure. Through gaps in the timber walls, I could see movement. Figures approaching through the gathering darkness, some carrying what appeared to be torches that cast wavering light across the ravine floor. "We're surrounded," Howard breathed, barely audible. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. The figures drew closer, their forms becoming visible in the torchlight. Tall, wrapped in dark garments that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light, their faces obscured by deep hoods. They moved with the same fluid coordination we had witnessed at the station, but here, in what was clearly their domain, there was an added confidence to their movements, a certainty that spoke of absolute control. As they formed a circle around the ruined structure, their tapping reached a crescendo, then stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, a single figure stepped forward, taller than the rest, its hooded face turning slowly, as if scanning the building's interior. Though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt the moment its gaze found me, a sensation like ice water flooding my veins. It raised one hand, and in a voice that seemed to resonate from the earth itself, spoke a single word I somehow understood despite its strangeness. Come. Time seemed to stretch and distort in the moments that followed. Howard motioned for us to stay hidden, his expression grim but resolute. Outside, the watchers remained in their perfect circle, torchlight casting their elongated shadows across the ravine floor. The leader who had spoken stood motionless, hand still raised, waiting. Options? Camilla whispered, her voice barely audible. Howard glanced around the ruined structure, assessing our position. Two choices. We stay and hope they leave, or we make a break for it while we still have some visibility. They know we're here, I pointed out. They've been tracking us all day. And they could have ambushed us at any point, Camilla added. But they waited until we found this place. Why? The realization dawned on me slowly. Because they wanted us to see it. The photographs, the dismantled equipment. It's a message. Howard nodded grimly. A demonstration of how much they know about us, about our world. So, what do we do? Camilla pressed. Howard was silent for a long moment, weighing invisible options. Finally, he straightened. We talk to them. That's insane, Camilla hissed. Is it? Howard countered. They've had multiple opportunities to harm us. At the station, on the trail, here. But they haven't. They're communicating, in their way. And if you're wrong? I asked. Howard's smile was tight. Then you two run while I create a diversion. Before we could object, he moved toward the entrance, stepping into the open doorway where he would be visible to those outside. I followed close behind, unwilling to let him face this alone. After a moment's hesitation, Camilla joined us. The watchers remained motionless as we emerged, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods. Only the leader moved, lowering its outstretched hand and taking a single step forward. We mean no harm, Howard said, his voice steady despite the tension I could feel radiating from him. We're forest rangers. We protect these woods just as you seem to. The leader tilted its head slightly, a disconcertingly human gesture that somehow emphasized how inhuman the rest of its bearing was. When it spoke again, the words were in English, though heavily accented with sounds I couldn't place. You protect nothing, it said. You bring the destroyers, the takers, the blind ones who see trees as lumber and rivers as sewers. Howard shook his head. That's not true. Our job is conservation, preservation. Your job, the figure interrupted, is to manage, to control, to tame what should remain wild. It gestured toward the forest around us. This place has guardians already. It has had them since before your kind built cities of stone and steel. Who are you? I asked, unable to contain my curiosity, despite the danger. The figure turned toward me, and though I couldn't see its face, I felt its attention like a physical weight. We are the Grove, it replied simply. We have always been the Grove. The Sacred Valley, Howard murmured. The place settlers avoided. They were wiser than you, the figure said. They knew when to respect boundaries. Camilla stepped forward slightly. The totems at our station, the markings on trees. They're warnings, aren't they? Boundaries we shouldn't cross. Yes. The figure gestured, and one of the others approached, carrying something wrapped in dark cloth. For generations, we have marked the borders of our domain. For generations, Your kind has ignored them." The second figure unwrapped the cloth, revealing a collection of small objects, Park Service badges, camera lenses, fragments of scientific equipment, artifacts from those who had ventured too deep into Hollow Grove and never returned. "These belong to people," Howard said, his voice hardening. "People who disappeared in these woods. People who trespassed," the leader corrected, "who came with machines and chemicals and fire, who sought to measure and sample and categorize what cannot be understood through your science." "And you killed them for that?" I asked, horror rising in my throat. The figure was silent for a moment. "Some died. Others were sent away. A few understood and joined us." It gestured to the surrounding watchers. "We are not all born to the Grove. Some are chosen." The implications of the statement sent a chill through me. I studied the circle of hooded figures more carefully, wondering how many had once been hikers, researchers, or rangers who had ventured into these woods and never emerged. "What do you want from us?" Howard asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. "What we have always wanted," the leader replied. "Distance, respect, the recognition that some places in this world are not meant for your kind's expansion and exploitation." It gestured toward the ravine's edge. "Beyond that ridge lies our true domain, the heart of the Hollow. For centuries we have protected it from those who would destroy it through ignorance or greed. We will continue to do so." "By terrorizing rangers?" Camilla challenged. "By hanging totems and stalking our stations?" "By whatever means necessary," the figure replied without hesitation. "Your presence has expanded. Your trails and campsites encroach further each season. The machines you bring grow louder, more numerous. The visitors you guide leave trash and scars upon the land." "That's not fair," I objected. "We work to minimize impact, to educate visitors." "It is not enough," the leader interrupted, its voice rising for the first time. "It will never be enough so long as your kind views these woods as a resource to be managed rather than a power to be respected." Howard stepped forward, his hands open in a gesture of conciliation. "Then help us understand. Show us what you're protecting. Maybe there's middle ground, a way for both our groups to coexist." The leader was motionless for a long moment, the torchlight reflecting off its hooded form in strange patterns. Then it turned and conferred briefly with several others, their voices too low for us to hear. When it faced us again, its posture had changed subtly, less threatening, though no less imposing. "One of you may see," it declared. "One witness to carry our message back to your people." Howard immediately stepped forward. "I'll go." The leader shook its head. "Not you. The leader stays as surety for the witness's return." It pointed directly at me. "That one. She has eyes that see beyond surfaces." I felt my companion's stares, their surprise matching my own. "Why me?" "You sensed us first," the figure said simply. "You heard the forest's warning when others were deaf to it." Howard gripped my arm. "You don't have to do this." I met his gaze, seeing the concern there but also understanding. This was why we had come, to learn, to understand what we were facing. And now I was being offered a glimpse behind the veil. "I'll be fine," I told him, with more confidence than I felt. "Keep the radio channel open. I'll report what I can." Howard nodded reluctantly, then turned to the leader. "If she's harmed in any way, she will be returned as she came," the figure interrupted, "provided she obeys our conditions. She may bring no tools, no weapons, no devices, only herself and her senses." I surrendered my equipment, radio, flashlight, knife, even my watch, keeping only my clothing. As I prepared to follow the leader, Camilla caught my hand. "Be careful," she whispered, "and remember everything." The leader turned without further discussion and began walking toward the ravine's far side. 2 other figures fell in beside me, not touching but close enough to intervene if I tried to flee. The rest remained in their circle around Howard and Camilla. We climbed the ravine's steep wall using narrow ledges I hadn't noticed during our descent. At the top, the forest changed again. the trees growing impossibly large and ancient, their massive trunks wider than houses, their canopies forming a cathedral-like space high above. The ground beneath them was largely clear of undergrowth, covered instead with a carpet of moss that glowed faintly with bioluminescent organisms. The natural light was sufficient that even without my flashlight I could see our path clearly, a winding route between the giant trees, marked occasionally with the now familiar spiral symbols carved into bark or stone. "What are these markings?" I asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over our small procession. The leader glanced back. "They are words in a language older than speech. They tell those who can read them about the power that flows through this place." "Power? You mean like spiritual energy?" A sound emerged from beneath the hood, something between a laugh and a sigh. "Your kind always needs labels, categories, spiritual, scientific, natural, supernatural. The boundaries you create do not exist in reality." We walked in silence after that, the distance impossible to gauge in the strange, twilit forest. Time seemed to flow differently here, minutes stretching or contracting unpredictably. I focused on memorizing landmarks, trying to maintain some sense of direction, but the landscape defied such efforts. Trees that should have been behind us appeared ahead. Clearings we crossed seemed to circle back on themselves. Finally, we emerged at the edge of a vast depression in the earth, a natural amphitheater nearly half a mile across. At its center stood a formation that defied immediate comprehension, a circle of massive standing stones, each carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as I watched. Between them grew what appeared to be a single enormous tree, its multiple trunks twisting around each other to form a central column before spreading into a canopy that covered the entire circle. "The heart," the leader said simply, gesturing toward the formation. "What is it?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes away. "It is the oldest living thing in this forest, perhaps in this part of the world. It was ancient when the first humans came to these lands. It has witnessed the rise and fall of nations, the changing of the earth itself." As we descended into the amphitheater, I became aware of subtle details I hadn't noticed from above. Smaller stones arranged in patterns radiating outward from the central circle, areas where the ground had been carefully shaped to form terraces, and most surprisingly, evidence of habitation. Structures were built into the landscape so seamlessly that they were nearly invisible until we were upon them. Dwellings formed from living trees bent and shaped over generations, their interiors illuminated by the same bioluminescent moss that lit our path. People moved among these dwellings, actual people, not the hooded figures who had escorted me. They wore simple clothing of leather and woven plant fibers, and they paused in their activities to watch our approach, with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. "Your community," I said, understanding dawning. "You live here permanently." The leader nodded. "For countless generations, we are the grove's caretakers and its defenders. And the hooded figures, the watchers, our guardians, those who patrol the boundaries and enforce our separation from the outside world." We approached the central tree, and up close, its scale was even more overwhelming. The combined trunks at its base must have been 30 feet in diameter, the bark deeply furrowed and covered in places with the spiral carvings I'd seen throughout the forest. "Why show me this?" I asked, turning to the leader. It reached up and, for the first time, lowered its hood. The face revealed was surprisingly ordinary, human, weathered by age and elements, with deep lines around the eyes and mouth that spoke of both hardship and laughter. An elderly woman with silver-white hair tied in complex braids gazed back at me, her eyes a startling amber color that reflected the bioluminescent light around us. "Because you must understand what you threaten," she said, her voice clearer now without the hood's muffling effect. "This is not just a place. It is a living system, one that has existed in balance for millennia. The heart regulates the entire forest, its water, its soil, the very air you breathe." She gestured toward the standing stones. "These were placed by our ancestors when they first found this valley and recognized its importance. They channel and direct the energy that flows from the heart, distributing it throughout Hollow Grove and beyond." "Energy?" I repeated, skepticism creeping into my voice despite the wonders around me. The woman's expression hardened slightly. "Call it what you will. Life force, biological field. The name matters less than the reality. She touched the massive trunk beside us. This organism produces compounds found nowhere else on Earth. It purifies water, enriches soil, generates airborne spores that protect surrounding plants from disease. You're saying it's some kind of super tree, a biological anomaly? I'm saying it's the keystone of an ecosystem your science barely comprehends. She pointed toward the forest beyond the amphitheater. Your logging operations to the north have already damaged some of its root system. Your campgrounds to the east bring hundreds of feet that compact the soil and disrupt fungal networks. The chemicals visitors leave behind, sunscreen, insect repellent, cleaning products, accumulate in the watershed. I thought of the environmental impact studies the Forest Service conducted, the conservation efforts we prided ourselves on. We try to minimize. You cannot minimize what you do not understand, she interrupted. Your people see individual trees, individual species. You miss the connections, the relationships, the whole. She led me around the massive trunk to where a section of bark had been damaged, revealing the wood beneath. Unlike any tree I'd seen, the exposed layers pulsed with faint light, a rhythmic illumination like a heartbeat. It is dying, she said simply. Slowly, but inevitably, unless the encroachment stops. And if it dies? I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. Then Hollow Grove dies with it. The water turns toxic, the soil sterile, the air filled with pathogens usually kept in check. And then the decay spreads beyond the forest, to the farmlands, the towns, the cities that depend on the watershed. I stared at the pulsing light within the ancient tree, trying to process the implications. Why not tell someone? Scientists, researchers, people who could study it, protect it properly. Her laugh was bitter. We have tried. Over generations we have revealed ourselves to those we thought might understand. Some listened, but more sought to take samples, specimens, knowledge they could use for their own purposes. And those who believed us were dismissed as superstitious or insane by your authorities. She gestured toward the community around us. So we withdrew, protected what we could, became the grove's defenders when no one else would stand for it. The missing hikers, I said, the researchers who disappeared, those who would not listen to warnings. Her expression was unapologetic. We did what was necessary to protect something far larger than individual lives. I wanted to argue, to defend the principles of conservation and manage protection that had guided my career. But standing in this hidden valley, faced with evidence of an ecosystem far more complex than anything in our textbooks, my certainty wavered. What do you want from me? I asked finally. From the Forest Service? Retreat, she said simply. Abandon the new trails being cut into the northern ridges. Remove the campgrounds from the eastern watershed. Establish a true conservation zone, not for human recreation but for the forest itself. That's a lot to ask. There are policies, regulations. There is survival, she interrupted. Yours as well as ours. She gestured toward the living community around us. We have protected the heart for generations. We will continue to do so by any means necessary. But the pressure increases each year. The damage spreads. We cannot hold back the tide of your world forever. She fixed me with those amber eyes, their intensity almost physical. You asked to understand. Now you do. The choice of what happens next lies with you and your people. As the implications of her words sank in, I realized the magnitude of what I'd been shown, and the responsibility that came with it. I was being asked to carry a message that would be difficult for many to believe, much less act upon. Yet the evidence surrounded me, undeniable in its alien wonder. I'll try, I promised, but I can't guarantee anyone will listen. Then make them listen, she replied, her voice hard as stone, because if they don't, what comes next will not be warnings or demonstrations. She gestured toward the heart. It will be the grove defending itself in ways your world is not prepared to face. With those words hanging between us, she raised her hood once more, transforming back into the otherworldly figure that had led me through the forest. Around us, the community had gathered, watching in silence, their faces showing the same resolve I saw in their leader's posture. "It is time for you to return," she said, "to carry our message." As we began the journey back through the ancient forest, I felt the weight of what I'd witnessed pressing down on me like a physical burden. I had come seeking answers about the Watchers in the woods and found something far more profound, a hidden world within our world, a community with an unbroken connection to the land that made our own conservation efforts seem shallow and superficial by comparison. And with that knowledge came a terrible question. When I returned to my own people, what would I tell them? And more importantly, would they listen before it was too late? The return journey passed in a blur of twisted paths and shifting shadows. My escort, the leader and two silent guardians, moved with practiced efficiency through terrain that would have left me hopelessly lost had I been alone. Despite my best efforts to memorize landmarks, the forest seemed to reconfigure itself around us, familiar features appearing in unexpected places or vanishing altogether. We reached the ravine as dawn broke, pale light filtering through the canopy to cast long shadows across the forest floor. Howard and Camilla waited where we had left them, tense and alert, their faces showing equal measures of relief and concern when they spotted me descending the ravine wall. "Are you all right?" Howard asked immediately, scanning me for injuries. I nodded, though all right hardly captured my mental state. "I'm unharmed, but we need to talk, privately." The leader of the grove stepped forward, addressing Howard directly. "Your witness has seen what few outsiders ever have. She carries our message and our warning. The choice of what follows rests with your people." Howard's expression remained carefully neutral. "And if we choose cooperation? If we listen to your concerns? Then perhaps there can be peace between the grove and your kind." The leader's voice revealed nothing of the woman I had glimpsed beneath the hood. "But know this. We have protected our domain for centuries against threats far greater than your Forest Service. We will continue to do so, regardless of your decision." With that pronouncement, she stepped back, and the Watchers began to disperse, melting into the forest with uncanny silence until only the leader remained. "3 days," she said. "We will await your response for 3 days. After that, we will act as we must." Then she too was gone, vanishing among the trees as if she had never been. For a long moment we stood in silence, processing what had just occurred. Then Camilla broke the spell. "What happened? What did you see?" I hesitated, suddenly aware of how incredible my experience would sound. "It's complicated. We need to get back to the station first. Document everything while it's fresh." Howard studied my face. "You saw something that changed your perspective." It wasn't a question, but I nodded anyway. "Everything we thought we knew about Hollow Grove, it's just the surface. There's a whole world beneath that we've been blind to." We gathered our equipment and began the journey back, moving with greater urgency than before. As we hiked, I shared fragments of what I had witnessed: the hidden community, the ancient tree they called the Heart, the ecological system they had protected for generations. Howard and Camilla listened without interruption, though I could see the skepticism in their expressions. "I know how it sounds," I acknowledged as we paused to rest near a stream. "If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it either." "It's not that we don't believe you," Camilla said carefully. "It's just hard to reconcile with what we know about forest ecosystems." "That's exactly the point," I insisted. "Our knowledge is incomplete. The Grove has been studying these woods for generations, living in harmony with systems we're only beginning to understand scientifically." Howard had been quiet, processing the information methodically. "If what you saw is real, and I'm not saying it isn't, it represents a conservation challenge unlike anything the department has faced before." "More than a challenge," I corrected. "An ultimatum. They want us to abandon the northern trails, remove the eastern campgrounds, create a true conservation zone around their territory." "That's not going to happen," Camilla said flatly. Those projects represent millions in funding and years of planning. The department won't just scrap them because of a threat from forest dwellers, no matter how ancient their claim. Howard's expression was troubled. And if we don't comply, these watchers will what? Continue harassing our stations, sabotaging equipment? I remembered the amber-eyed woman's final warning. I think it would be worse than that. Much worse. We reached Pinewood Station late that afternoon, exhausted and strained. Word of our unauthorized expedition had reached headquarters, and a district supervisor was waiting for us, his government-issue SUV parked prominently in front of the station. 3 Rangers missing for nearly 24 hours, Supervisor Davidson greeted us, his voice tight with anger. No authorized expedition plan, no proper check-ins, just a vague message about trail maintenance that no one believed. Do you have any idea of the resources we've wasted searching for you? Howard stepped forward, taking responsibility. It was my decision, sir. I'll accept whatever disciplinary action is appropriate, but we have information that couldn't wait for official channels. Davidson's expression didn't soften. This better be good, Howard. Your reputation only carries so much weight. Inside the station, we laid out everything we had learned, the evidence we'd gathered, the photographs of totems and markings, and my account of what I'd witnessed in the Hidden Valley. As I spoke, Davidson's expression shifted from skepticism to outright disbelief. Let me get this straight, he interrupted, holding up a hand. You're claiming there's a secret community living in an unmapped valley, protecting a magical tree that somehow controls the entire ecosystem of Hollow Grove? Not magical, I corrected. Biological. A keystone species with properties we haven't cataloged or understood. And these Grove people, Davidson continued, his tone making it clear what he thought of the term, have been here for centuries, occasionally abducting hikers and researchers who venture too close to their territory. Howard stepped in. The evidence supports it, sir. The pattern of disappearances over decades, the consistent reports of hooded figures, the territorial markings, it all fits. Davidson leaned back, studying us with a mixture of disappointment and concern. What fits is that you 3 have let forest legends and isolation affect your judgment. These watchers are almost certainly eco-activists or possibly a local cult using intimidation tactics to scare people away from parts of the forest. With all due respect, sir, I pressed, what I saw goes beyond anything activists could fabricate. The community, the modified ecosystem, the biological anomalies, these require generations of presence and knowledge. What you think you saw, Davidson corrected, after hiking miles through difficult terrain with minimal rest under significant stress. The human mind is remarkably good at finding patterns and creating narratives, especially in unfamiliar environments. His dismissal stung, but it wasn't unexpected. How could anyone believe such an account without seeing what I had seen? What about their ultimatum? Camilla asked. Whether you believe their claims or not, they've made a clear threat, 3 days before they take action against the northern trails and eastern campgrounds. Davidson's expression hardened. Threats against federal land and facilities are a criminal matter. I'm bringing in law enforcement specialists and additional security personnel. If these watchers show themselves again, they'll be apprehended and prosecuted. That's exactly the wrong approach, I argued. Escalation will only provoke them. They've been defending their territory for generations. They won't back down because we bring in more rangers with guns. That's enough, Davidson snapped. You 3 are on administrative leave pending psychological evaluation. I'm bringing in a replacement team for Pinewood Station effective immediately. Howard stood, his posture rigid with suppressed anger. You're making a mistake, sir. At least send a scientific team to investigate the valley. If Nora's wrong, no harm done. If she's right, we could be facing an ecological discovery of unprecedented importance. For a moment, Davidson seemed to consider this. Then he shook his head. The department's resources are already stretched thin. I'm not diverting a research team based on campfire stories and stress-induced hallucinations. With that dismissal, the meeting effectively ended. Davidson instructed us to pack our personal belongings and report to regional headquarters the following morning for debriefing. As we gathered our things, the reality of our failure settled over me like a physical weight. He's not going to do anything, is he? I asked Howard as we stood in the station's back room, away from Davidson's hearing. Howard's expression was grim. Not what needs to be done. He'll increase security, maybe send some rangers to check the areas we mentioned, but he won't take the Grove's warning seriously. So what do we do? Camilla asked, her earlier skepticism now tempered by concern. Howard was silent for a long moment. We have 3 days, he finally said. 3 days to find someone who will listen. That night, in a motel on the outskirts of the nearest town, we gathered in Howard's room to form a plan. The administrative leave that was meant to silence us had instead freed us to act without official constraints. We need evidence, Howard began, spreading a map across the bed. Something concrete that even Davidson can't dismiss. The photographs from the ruined structure, Camilla suggested. The ones showing they've been watching rangers and visitors for years. I shook my head. We didn't retrieve any. And even if we had, Davidson would just say they were taken by ordinary people, activists or cultists, not some ancient forest community. What about the heart? Howard asked. You said it had unique biological properties. If we could get samples, have them analyzed independently. They'd never let us near it again, I pointed out. And I'm not sure we could even find our way back to the valley without their guidance. The forest seemed to shift around us. We continued brainstorming late into the night, each idea seeming less feasible than the last. The fundamental problem remained. How do you prove the existence of something that has successfully remained hidden for centuries? As dawn approached, I stood at the motel window, watching the first hint of light touch the distant outline of Hollow Grove. An idea had been forming, one I was reluctant to voice because of its implications. What if we don't try to convince Davidson? I finally said, turning back to my exhausted colleagues. What if we go directly to the people who would be most affected by what's coming? Howard looked up, understanding dawning in his eyes. The construction crews, the contractors working on the northern trails and eastern campgrounds. I nodded. The Grove said they'd act in 3 days if they didn't get a response. If those workers are still there when that happens, we can't just tell them there's a magical tree and forest people, Camilla objected. They'll dismiss us as quickly as Davidson did. We don't need them to believe everything, I explained, just enough to make them cautious, to perhaps delay the work until we can find someone with actual authority who will listen. Howard was already reaching for his phone. I know the project manager for the Northern Trail expansion. Worked with him last year on the western section. He might at least hear us out. What followed was a day of desperate networking, calling in favors, and occasionally bending the truth. We told contractors about unstable geological conditions we'd discovered, warned camp developers about potentially toxic biological agents in the watershed, and hinted to equipment operators about ongoing security concerns that might endanger their personnel. By nightfall, we had managed to create enough doubt and concern that several project leaders had agreed to brief operational pauses, not cancellations, but temporary delays to reassess safety conditions. It wasn't the retreat the Grove had demanded, but it might buy us the time we needed to find more permanent solutions. It's not enough, I admitted as we reconvened in the motel room. These are just delays. Once Davidson brings in his security team and finds nothing, work will resume. It's all we could do with the time and resources we have, Howard said, though he looked no happier than I felt. Camilla, who had been quieter than usual all day, finally spoke up. There's another option we haven't discussed. She hesitated, then continued. We could go public. Take this story to the media, to environmental groups, to anyone who might listen. Howard frowned. That would end our careers. And without concrete evidence, most reputable outlets wouldn't touch the story anyway. But social media might, I pointed out, warming to Camilla's suggestion. Footage of the totems, the markings, our testimonies about what we experienced. It might create enough public interest to force a proper investigation. Or it might just label us as conspiracy theorists, Howard countered. And if it fails, we lose whatever credibility we have left. The debate continued late into the night. Each option weighed and found wanting. In the end, exhaustion made the decision for us. We would rest, and in the morning, proceed with both approaches. continuing to delay the development projects while also preparing a carefully documented account for potential public release. As I drifted toward uneasy sleep, my thoughts returned to the amber-eyed woman and her final warning. Whatever we decided, I feared it would not be enough. The Grove had protected its domain for centuries against all manner of threats. They would not be deterred by project delays or media attention. They would act as they had always acted, decisively and without compromise. And when they did, I could only hope that the world was ready for what would follow. Dawn broke with a sense of foreboding that seemed to permeate the air itself. Outside our motel, the sky hung low and heavy with dark clouds that threatened rain but withheld it, creating a pressure that made my head throb. It felt like the moments before a severe storm, when electricity builds in the atmosphere and every living thing seeks shelter. I had slept poorly, my dreams filled with twisted paths through endless trees and amber eyes watching from shadows. When I joined Howard and Camilla for breakfast in the motel's small dining area, their haggard expressions suggested they had fared no better. 2 days left, Howard said without preamble, pushing a cup of coffee toward me. I nodded, accepting the bitter liquid gratefully. Assuming they hold to their timeline. Assuming they exist at all, Camilla added, though her tone lacked conviction. Whatever doubts she had harbored were eroding in the face of our shared experiences and mounting tension. We spent the morning finalizing our two-pronged approach. Howard would continue working his contacts in the development projects, reinforcing the need for caution. Camilla would compile our documentation into a format suitable for public consumption, including photographs, GPS coordinates, and our personal testimonies. I would attempt one last official channel. Dr. Eleanor Winters, a respected ecologist who had conducted research in Hollow Grove years earlier and might be receptive to our claims. As we prepared to separate for our respective tasks, Howard's phone rang. His expression darkened as he listened to the caller. When? He asked sharply. How many? Another pause. No. Keep everyone back. Don't let anyone approach until I get there. He ended the call and looked at us, his face grim. That was Jimenez, the Northern Trail project manager. There's been an incident at the construction site. All the equipment, excavators, bulldozers, everything has been disabled overnight. Vandalism? Camilla asked. Howard shook his head. Not exactly. Jimenez said the machines were poisoned, his word. Some kind of organic material has been introduced into the fuel systems, engines, hydraulics. It's spread throughout the metal components like a fungus, corroding everything it touches. The Grove, I whispered. They're not waiting 3 days. That's not all, Howard continued. The workers found markings at the site. The same spiral patterns we've seen, carved into trees surrounding the clearing. And there are objects, hanging from branches. Arrangements of bones and wood. Dozens of them. A chill ran through me despite the warm morning. Warnings. They're escalating their message. Or it's the local environmentalists taking advantage of the folklore, Camilla suggested, though she sounded uncertain. It could be a copycat action. Either way, we need to see it, I insisted. If it is the Grove, there might be signs that could help us understand what they're planning next. We drove to the northern construction site in tense silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The road wound through increasingly dense forest, following the contours of hills that would eventually lead to the unmapped valley we had discovered. About a mile from the site, we encountered the first roadblock, Forest Service vehicles, and a county sheriff's deputy turning away traffic. Howard showed his ranger identification, explaining we had information relevant to the incident. After a brief radio consultation, the deputy waved us through with a warning to stay within the designated investigation area. The construction site itself was a scene of controlled chaos. What had once been a neat clearing carved from the forest was now a jumble of disabled machinery, concerned workers, and various officials attempting to make sense of the situation. Yellow crime scene tape cordoned off certain areas, particularly around the heavy equipment. Howard! A man in a hard hat and reflective vest approached us, his expression a mixture of relief and anxiety. Glad you're here. This is beyond anything I've dealt with before. Jimenez, Howard greeted him with a firm handshake. What exactly happened? The project manager led us toward the nearest piece of equipment, a massive excavator now sitting idle. Crew arrived at 6 a.m. to start work. Machines wouldn't start, not just one or two, every single piece of equipment on site. When mechanics opened them up, he gestured for us to look. Inside the excavator's engine compartment was something that defied immediate comprehension. What should have been clean metal components were covered in a network of reddish-brown growths that resembled a cross between fungus and root systems. The material had spread throughout the engine, wrapping around parts and penetrating seals and gaskets. "What is that?" Camilla asked, leaning closer but careful not to touch. "No idea," Jimenez admitted. "Never seen anything like it. It's in the fuel tanks, hydraulic systems, even the electrical components. And it's still spreading. You can watch it grow if you stare long enough." I studied the growth, remembering the bioluminescent organisms I had seen in the Hidden Valley. "Has anyone analyzed it? Taken samples?" "Hazmat team is on the way," Jimenez replied. "Until then, we're under orders not to disturb it. Whatever it is, it's already eaten through some pretty tough materials. No one's eager to get it on their skin." Howard gestured toward the forest edge. "And the markings you mentioned?" Jimenez's expression darkened further. "Yeah, those. Come see for yourself." He led us to the perimeter of the clearing where the trees began. Every trunk along the boundary had been marked with the now familiar spiral pattern, but these were different from those we had seen before, larger, more complex, and carved deep enough to expose the living tissue beneath the bark. Sap oozed from the wounds, but instead of the clear or amber liquid typical of these species, it was dark red, almost black, with an acrid smell that made my eyes water. "This wasn't here yesterday," Jimenez said, keeping his distance from the marked trees. "We had crews working right up to this line, clearing underbrush. Nobody saw these symbols." "And the hanging objects?" Howard prompted. Jimenez pointed farther along the tree line, all around the perimeter, spaced about 20 feet apart. We followed the edge of the clearing and soon spotted them, small bundles suspended from branches by what looked like braided plant fibers. Each bundle was uniquely constructed but followed a similar pattern, a central core of wood or bone surrounded by smaller objects, feathers, teeth, fragments of metal and glass, and in some cases, items I recognized as pieces of modern equipment. Watch batteries, memory card fragments, tiny gears from precision instruments. "Have you touched any of these?" I asked, studying the nearest bundle without approaching it. "Hell no," Jimenez replied emphatically. "After what happened to our equipment, no one's touching anything that wasn't here yesterday." As we continued around the perimeter, I noticed something Jimenez hadn't mentioned, subtle changes in the forest itself. The undergrowth nearest the clearing appeared different from what I remembered from previous visits. Denser, more vivid in color, with species that seemed unfamiliar or strangely altered. Some plants had grown with unnatural speed, their newest growth visibly different in structure and hue. "The forest is changing," I murmured, more to myself than my companions. Howard heard me. "What do you mean?" I pointed to several examples. "These species shouldn't be growing together. And look at the color of those leaves. That's not natural for this elevation or season. It's as if..." "As if what?" Camilla prompted when I trailed off. "As if the forest is adapting, responding to a threat by accelerating its evolution." Jimenez looked at me like I had grown a second head. "Trees don't respond like that. They don't change overnight." "Normally, no," I agreed. "But what if they were being influenced by something that could alter their growth patterns? Something like the heart." Howard pulled me aside, lowering his voice. "You think this is connected to what you saw in the valley? The organism they were protecting?" I nodded. "They said it influenced the entire ecosystem. What if these changes are just the beginning, a demonstration of what they can do if pushed further?" Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of additional vehicles. Forest Service SUVs, and what appeared to be a mobile laboratory unit. Supervisor Davidson emerged from the lead vehicle, his expression thunderous as he spotted us. "I specifically placed you three on administrative leave," he said without preamble. What part of stay away from Forest Service operations was unclear. "We have relevant information about what's happening here. Howard replied calmly. Information you dismissed yesterday that now seems pretty damn pertinent. Davidson's eyes narrowed. If you're implying your forest dweller theory explains this vandalism, it's not vandalism, I interrupted. Not in the conventional sense, and it's not just a theory anymore. I gestured toward the disabled equipment. Have you ever seen anything like that growth before? Do you have any explanation for how it appeared simultaneously in every piece of machinery overnight? For a moment, Davidson's certainty wavered. The investigation is ongoing, until we have scientific analysis. By then, it might be too late, I pressed. This is just the first demonstration. The Grove warned us they would act if their demands weren't met. This is them showing what they're capable of. The Grove, Davidson repeated, skepticism returning to his voice. Your mythical forest community. Howard stepped forward. Mythical or not, something disabled millions of dollars of equipment in a single night without being detected. Something carved identical symbols into dozens of trees simultaneously. If you have a better explanation, we're all eager to hear it. Before Davidson could respond, a commotion arose from the newly arrived laboratory unit. A technician in protective gear was calling for the supervisor with evident urgency. Stay here, Davidson ordered us, then strode toward the disturbance. We exchanged glances, then by unspoken agreement moved closer, positioning ourselves within earshot of the conversation. Never seen anything like it, the technician was saying, gesturing toward equipment readings on a tablet. It's not a known fungus or bacteria. The cellular structure is completely novel, and it's demonstrating properties that should be impossible. Meaning what exactly? Davidson demanded. Meaning it's breaking down and restructuring inorganic materials at the molecular level, the technician explained, essentially converting metal and plastic into organic compounds that it can use for further growth. And it's doing it at a rate that defies current biological understanding. Davidson's posture stiffened. Can it be contained? Eliminated? Unknown at this stage. We've tried standard fungicides, acids, even fire on samples. It either resists or adapts rapidly. And there's something else. The technician hesitated. It appears to be communicating. Communicating, Davidson repeated flatly. Different colonies are showing synchronized growth patterns despite physical separation. They're responding to stimuli as a unified organism despite being spread across multiple machines. It's as if they're networked somehow. I turned to Howard, my voice low but urgent. It's the heart. It has to be. The Grove has introduced something from their central organism into our technology, a demonstration of what they can do on a larger scale if provoked. If you're right, Howard replied grimly, then this is just the beginning, a taste of what might happen if development continues. Davidson returned, his earlier confidence noticeably diminished. The site is being quarantined pending further investigation. All personnel will undergo decontamination procedures before leaving. And the development project? Howard asked. Temporarily suspended, obviously. Davidson's gaze shifted to me. You said this was a demonstration, that there were demands. What exactly does this Grove want? The shift in his tone, from dismissive to cautiously receptive, was subtle but significant. For the first time, he was treating our account as potentially valid. Abandonment of the Northern Trail expansion, I replied promptly. Removal of the eastern campgrounds. Establishment of a true conservation zone around their territory, with no human access. Davidson's expression tightened. That's not happening. The department has millions invested in these projects, commitments to stakeholders, contracts with developers. Then prepare for worse than this, I warned. What we're seeing here is restrained, a warning shot, if they decide to unleash the full capacity of whatever biological agent they're using. I let the implication hang in the air, made all the more ominous by the disabled machinery surrounding us and the strange growths advancing through their components. I need to consult with department leadership, Davidson said finally. In the meantime, you three are no longer on administrative leave. Consider yourselves temporarily reassigned to this investigation. Your unique perspective may prove useful. It wasn't full vindication, but it was a start. As Davidson walked away to make his calls, Camilla turned to us with a grim smile. Well, that's progress. He's at least considering the possibility we're not completely delusional. Only took a biological impossibility to convince him, Howard remarked dryly. I didn't share their momentary relief. Looking around at the altered forest edge, the contaminated machinery, the increasingly agitated personnel trying to understand what they were facing, I felt only a deepening sense of dread. This isn't over, I said quietly. Not by a long shot. The Grove gave us 3 days. This is just day 1. As if in response to my words, a sudden wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a scent I recognized from the hidden valley. Earthy and ancient, with that same acrid undertone. The hanging bundles swayed in unison, their components clicking together to create a sound like distant, rhythmic tapping. The forest was speaking, and its message was clear. This was merely the prelude to what would come if humans continued to encroach upon its domain. By evening, news of the Hollow Grove incident had spread beyond the Forest Service to local media. Initial reports described it as vandalism or sabotage, but as preliminary findings from the scientific team leaked out, the narrative began to shift. Words like unknown biological agent and unprecedented contamination replaced the earlier, simpler explanations. Davidson had established a command center at the Ranger headquarters, where officials from various agencies gathered to assess the situation and coordinate responses. Howard, Camilla, and I found ourselves in the unusual position of being both recently disciplined employees and suddenly essential consultants, our first-hand knowledge of the Grove now valued where it had been dismissed just days earlier. The Eastern Campground Development has reported similar incidents, Davidson informed us as we gathered around a map table. Equipment failures, strange growths in fuel systems, marking on trees, not as extensive as the northern site, but following the same pattern. And the 3-day countdown continues, Howard reminded everyone. Whatever happened last night is likely just the beginning. A scientist from the Forest Health Protection Division cleared her throat. We've completed preliminary analysis of samples from the affected equipment. The organic material appears to be a previously undocumented fungal species with properties more commonly associated with slime molds, the ability to network, communicate, and solve problems collectively. Can it be contained? Davidson asked. We're working on that, she replied, but its adaptability is concerning. Treatments that initially seemed effective were overcome within hours as the organism modified its structure. Like an immune response, I suggested. She nodded. Exactly like that. Whatever this is, it learns. The implications hung heavy in the room. An organism that could disable machinery, resist countermeasures, and potentially spread to other systems posed a threat beyond mere vandalism or protest. What about the carved symbols? Camilla asked. Has anyone analyzed the sap coming from those trees? Initial tests show elevated levels of compounds not normally found in these species, another scientist reported. Some appear to be signaling molecules, others have properties similar to growth hormones. The trees are essentially being reprogrammed at a cellular level. I thought of the heart and its pulsing interior, the community that had protected it for generations. This fits with what I saw in the valley. The Grove spoke of an organism that regulated the entire forest ecosystem, something that could influence plant growth, soil composition, even the behavior of other organisms. Davidson, who had been studying the map intently, looked up. Assuming, and I'm not fully convinced yet, that this hidden community exists and is responsible for these incidents, what's their endgame? What happens after their 3-day deadline if we don't meet their demands? I hesitated, trying to find words that would convey the gravity of the situation without sounding apocalyptic. Based on what I was told, they view themselves as the forest's immune system. When threatened, they respond with increasing force until the threat is eliminated. Meaning what exactly? Davidson pressed. Meaning this is just the beginning, I said quietly. The disabled equipment, the altered trees, these are localized responses, warnings. If pushed further, they could potentially introduce similar agents into water systems, soil, even the air. The Grove has been developing biological tools for generations, adapting them specifically to defend their territory. A heavy silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. Finally, Davidson spoke again, his voice carefully controlled. So what are our options? We can't simply abandon federal land because of threats, no matter how unusual. Could we negotiate? Howard suggested. Find a compromise that protects their core territory while allowing limited development in less sensitive areas. I shook my head. They've tried that approach in the past, according to their leader. Each compromise eventually led to further encroachment. They no longer trust partial measures. Then what do you suggest? Davidson asked, frustration evident in his voice. A full scientific assessment, I replied without hesitation. Bring in experts in ecology, biology, anthropology. Let them document what exists in that valley, the community, the heart, the entire system. If what I saw is verified, it would justify extraordinary conservation measures on scientific grounds alone. That would take months to organize properly, Davidson objected. Then we need a temporary solution, Howard interjected. A good faith gesture while we arrange the full assessment. Halt all development projects in the disputed areas, establish a no-entry zone around the valley, and communicate our intentions to the Grove. Communicate how? Camilla asked. It's not like they have a phone number or email address. I thought for a moment. They'll be watching. They always are. But we could also leave messages at the boundary markers, using their own symbol system. They'll understand. Davidson looked unconvinced, but running out of alternatives. I'll need authorization from the regional director for any official response. But given the circumstances, I believe I can secure temporary suspensions of the development projects, for safety reasons, if nothing else. It wasn't the full acknowledgement of the Grove's legitimacy that I had hoped for, but it was a start. A recognition that something extraordinary was happening in Hollow Grove, something that couldn't be dismissed or explained away by conventional thinking. As the meeting continued, plans were developed for securing the affected sites, documenting the biological anomalies, and presenting a case to senior leadership for a more comprehensive scientific investigation. Through it all, I felt a growing sense that we were standing at a threshold between worlds, the ordered, managed approach of our Forest Service and the ancient, mysterious systems of the Grove. By midnight, Davidson had secured the temporary development freeze we had requested. It wasn't presented as a response to demands, but rather as a safety precaution given the unknown biological agent affecting the sites. Still, it represented the first step toward the recognition the Grove had sought for generations. How do we let them know? Davidson asked as we finalized the plans. Assuming they're real and watching as you claim. I'll go, I said simply. Back to the boundary markers we found. I'll bring the message personally. Davidson frowned. That's not protocol. Protocol isn't equipped for this situation, I interrupted. They showed themselves to me once. They might do so again, especially if I come alone and unarmed. After considerable debate, a compromise was reached. I would approach the boundary area at dawn, accompanied by Howard but no one else. We would carry documentation of the development suspension and a formal request for a meeting between Forest Service representatives and Grove leaders to discuss longer-term solutions. As we prepared for this unusual diplomatic mission, I found myself reflecting on how dramatically my understanding of Hollow Grove had changed in just a few days. The forest I had thought I knew, a resource to be managed, protected through human intervention, had revealed itself as something far more complex and autonomous. It didn't need our protection. It had its own defenders who had preserved its most vital systems for centuries while we remained oblivious to their existence. Dawn found Howard and I at the edge of the forest, following the now familiar path toward the ravine where we had first encountered the Grove's representatives. The forest felt different this morning, more aware, somehow, as if every tree and plant had become a sensory organ for some larger intelligence. Do you think they'll show themselves? Howard asked as we walked. His voice hushed despite the open terrain. I don't know, I admitted, but they'll know we're here. They'll understand why we've come. We reached the ravine as the sun cleared the eastern ridge, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The ruined structure where we had found the photographs still stood, though it seemed changed somehow, more integrated with the surrounding vegetation, as if the forest was gradually reclaiming it. I approached the clearing before it, Howard hanging back slightly as we had agreed. From my pack, I withdrew the documents we had brought, maps showing the suspended development areas, letters from Davidson outlining the proposed scientific assessment, and a personal note I had written attempting to translate our intentions into terms the Grove might understand. Arranging these items on a flat stone at the clearing's edge, I then gathered small branches and arranged them in a pattern I had seen in the hidden valley. A simple spiral surrounding a central point, the closest thing to a greeting I could manage in their symbolic language. "Now what?" Howard asked from his position several yards back. "Now we wait," I replied, settling on a fallen log at the clearing's edge. "And listen." The forest was quiet but not silent. Birds called from the canopy, insects hummed in the undergrowth, and occasionally a breeze would stir the leaves, creating a gentle susurration that seemed almost like distant voices. I focused on these sounds, trying to distinguish patterns, meanings, anything that might indicate a response to our presence. An hour passed, then another. Howard shifted restlessly but maintained his position. I remained still, watching and listening with a patience I hadn't known I possessed. Then, so gradually I almost missed it, the quality of the forest sounds began to change. The random calls and movements coalesced into something more rhythmic, more deliberate. It reminded me of the tapping we had heard before, but translated into the forest's own voice. A communication method that used the environment itself as its medium. "Something's happening," I whispered to Howard, who nodded tensely, his eyes scanning the tree line. The rhythmic sounds intensified, focusing on the clearing where we waited. Then, between one heartbeat and the next, they were there. Figures emerging from the forest as if they had materialized from the trees themselves. 3 of them, hooded and silent, standing at the opposite edge of the clearing. I recognized the central figure immediately, the leader who had shown me her face, the amber-eyed woman who spoke for the Grove. She stepped forward, her movements fluid and deliberate, and approached the stone where I had left our offerings. For long minutes, she examined the documents, occasionally touching the paper as if assessing its very composition. Finally, she raised her head to look directly at me. "You bring promises," she said, her voice carrying clearly across the clearing. "Written in your language, bound by your customs." "We bring the beginning of understanding," I replied carefully. "A recognition that there is something in these woods worth protecting beyond what we previously knew." She made a sound that might have been a laugh. "You suspend your destruction temporarily. You propose to study us like specimens. This is not recognition. It is merely curiosity pausing to examine what it does not yet comprehend." "It's all we can offer right now," I admitted. "But it could lead to more. If scientists document what I saw, the heart, its influence on the forest, your community's role, it could change how these lands are managed forever." The leader was silent for a moment, her hooded face turned slightly as if listening to something only she could hear. Then she spoke again. "The heart has considered your offering. It is insufficient. But it represents a change from the deafness that came before. A first breath after centuries of silence." Relief flooded through me. "Then you'll give us time? Allow the scientific assessment?" "Time is measured differently in the Grove," she replied. "But yes, we will wait. Watch. Listen for truth in your words." She gestured toward the forest around us. "The warnings you have witnessed will remain but not advance. For now. The machines will stay silent. The boundaries will stand." "And in return?" Howard asked, speaking for the first time. The leader turned toward him. "In return, you will learn. Not just with your instruments and tests, but with your hearts and minds. You will learn what it means to be part of a system rather than its master. To listen to the forest rather than merely manage it." She approached me then, moving with that uncanny grace that seemed almost supernatural despite her human form. From within her robes, she withdrew a small object, a pendant carved from what appeared to be the same wood as the heart, polished to a warm glow and inscribed with the spiral pattern that symbolized the Grove. "Wear this," she said, placing it in my palm. It marks you as one who has seen, one who may walk between worlds. The pendant was warm to the touch, vibrating faintly, as if with its own pulse. As my fingers closed around it, I felt a momentary connection to something vast and ancient, a consciousness that extended throughout the forest, observing through countless eyes, feeling through innumerable roots and branches. "Thank you," I whispered, understanding the significance of the gift. The leader stepped back. "We will watch your scientists, guide them if they prove worthy. Protect the heart if they do not." She gestured toward the documents on the stone. "Take these back to your leaders. Tell them what you have seen and heard. Tell them the grove has existed long before their laws and boundaries, and will continue long after." With those words, she and her companions retreated to the forest edge. Just before they disappeared among the trees, she turned once more. "Remember, witness, you have seen both worlds now. You carry the responsibility of that vision." Then they were gone, melting into the forest as if they had never been more than shadows among the trees. Howard approached slowly, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. I don't even have words for what that was. I closed my fingers around the pendant, feeling its gentle warmth. The beginning of something new, or very old, depending on how you look at it. We gathered the documents and began the journey back, both lost in our own thoughts. The forest around us seemed different now, not just a collection of trees and wildlife, but a living system with its own intelligence and purpose. I wondered how I could ever have seen it otherwise. In the months that followed, Hollow Grove became the site of one of the most unusual scientific expeditions in Forest Service history. Experts from dozens of disciplines converged to document what I had glimpsed in my brief visit to the Hidden Valley. The grove remained mostly invisible during this process, appearing only occasionally to guide researchers toward particularly significant discoveries or to warn them away from areas too sacred for scientific scrutiny. The heart, when finally documented by botanical specialists, defied existing classification systems. Its influence on the surrounding ecosystem, through chemical signals, mycelial networks, and other mechanisms still not fully understood, confirmed everything the grove had claimed about its importance. As for me, I found myself in an unexpected role, a bridge between worlds, translating the grove's intentions for my colleagues and explaining scientific concepts to the few grove members willing to engage directly with our researchers. The pendant I wore seemed to grant me a limited ability to navigate the shifting paths of the forest, to find my way to meetings arranged through means I still didn't fully comprehend. 2 summers ago, when I was 15, my parents shipped me off to Pine Ridge Summer Camp in northern Vermont. They thought it would be good for me to get some fresh air and make friends, as my mother put it while packing my duffel bag with enough bug spray to fumigate a small town. I wasn't thrilled about leaving my Xbox and air conditioning behind, but the brochure showed kids swimming in a crystal-clear lake and roasting marshmallows around campfires, so I figured it couldn't be that bad. The bus ride took 6 hours through winding mountain roads that made my stomach churn with each hairpin turn. When we finally arrived, the camp looked exactly like the photos. Rustic wooden cabins scattered among towering pine trees, a pristine lake reflecting the afternoon sun, and a main lodge that could have been lifted from a Norman Rockwell painting. The air smelled of pine sap and wood smoke, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the rhythmic thunk of an axe splitting logs. I was assigned to Cabin 7, a weathered structure that housed 8 boys ranging from 13 to 16. The cabin's interior was sparse but functional. 4 bunk beds lined the walls, with a single light bulb hanging from the center beam. The floorboards creaked ominously under our feet, and the windows were covered with fine mesh screens that did little to keep out the persistent mosquitoes. Each bed had a small wooden cubby underneath for personal belongings, and the walls were decorated with decades-old carvings from previous campers, names, dates, and crude drawings that spoke to the timeless boredom of summer camp life. Our head counselor was a college sophomore named Brett, a lanky guy with sun-bleached hair who seemed genuinely excited about camp activities. He gathered us around for introductions that first evening, and I quickly sized up my cabin mates. There was Kevin, a quiet 13-year-old with thick glasses who kept a journal. Tyler, a stocky 14-year-old who boasted about his wrestling achievements. Danny, a 16-year-old who clearly didn't want to be there, and several others whose names I've since forgotten. But then there was our assistant counselor who introduced himself as Preston. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with an athletic build and an easy smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He claimed to be from Texas, spoke with a slight drawl, and had an unsettling habit of staring just a little too long when he thought no one was looking. While Brett launched into an enthusiastic explanation of camp rules and activities, Preston stood in the shadows near the door, his gaze slowly scanning each of us like a predator evaluating potential prey. Something about Preston made my skin crawl from the very beginning, though I couldn't articulate why. Maybe it was the way he lingered too close when helping campers with their luggage, or how his voice dropped to an almost whisper when speaking one-on-one with the younger boys. He had a habit of placing his hand on shoulders that lasted just a beat too long, and his compliments always carried an uncomfortable undertone that made me want to step away. That first night, as we settled into our bunks, Preston volunteered to help anyone who needed assistance organizing their belongings. I watched from my top bunk as he approached Kevin's bed, kneeling down beside the younger boy's luggage, with what seemed like excessive interest in helping fold clothes. The way Preston's fingers lingered on Kevin's belongings, the soft murmur of his voice as he offered advice about camp life, and the uncomfortable shift in Kevin's posture all combined to create a scene that felt wrong in ways I couldn't define. I had chosen the bunk farthest from Preston's corner of the cabin, claiming I needed to be near the window for fresh air. In reality, some primitive instinct had warned me to maintain maximum distance from our assistant counselor. As I lay in my sleeping bag that first night, listening to the symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, I found myself grateful for that decision. Through the darkness, I could hear Preston moving around the cabin long after lights out, his footsteps pausing at various bunks for reasons that seemed unnecessary. The next morning brought the usual camp routine, a wake-up bell at 7, followed by calisthenics on the dewy grass outside our cabin. Preston led our exercises with military precision, barking out commands while circling our group like a drill sergeant. But his attention kept drifting to the younger boys, and I noticed how he positioned himself to get the best view of campers as they struggled through jumping jacks and push-ups. When one of the 13-year-olds complained about the difficulty of the workout, Preston was quick to offer personal training sessions after dinner. The first week at Pine Ridge passed in a blur of typical camp activities. We learned to tie knots, build fires, and paddle canoes around the lake. The food was terrible but edible, and most of the counselors seemed genuinely committed to making sure we had a good time. Brett organized evening activities like capture the flag and storytelling sessions, and during the day we rotated through various stations, arts and crafts, swimming lessons, hiking, and wilderness survival skills. But Preston's behavior grew increasingly disturbing as the days passed. He had a way of inserting himself into situations where he had no business being present. During swimming lessons, while other counselors supervised from the dock, Preston would wade into the shallow water, claiming he needed to provide hands-on instruction for the non-swimmers. I watched him guide younger boys through basic strokes, his hands remaining on their bodies far longer than necessary, adjusting their form with touches that seemed more intimate than instructional. At the Arts and Crafts station, Preston volunteered to help with any project that required close proximity to campers. When Kevin struggled with a leatherworking project, Preston pulled up a chair directly behind him, reaching around to guide the boys' hands as they worked the tools. The positioning forced Kevin to lean back against Preston's chest, and I could see the discomfort written across the younger boy's face as he tried to squirm away without being overtly rude. The most disturbing incidents occurred during our cabin's evening downtime. After lights out, when Brett had gone to the counselor's lounge for their nightly meeting, Preston would remain in the cabin under the guise of maintaining order. But instead of ensuring we were settling down for sleep, he would move from bunk to bunk, engaging in whispered conversations that lasted far too long. He claimed he was checking to make sure everyone was comfortable and not homesick, but his attention focused almost exclusively on the youngest campers. I began keeping track of Preston's movements in a small notebook I kept hidden in my sleeping bag. From my strategic position near the window, I could observe most of the cabin without being obvious about it. Preston would typically start his rounds about 30 minutes after lights out, beginning with the bunks closest to his bed and working his way around the room. He spent an average of 5 to 10 minutes at each of the younger boys' beds, but barely acknowledged the older campers. One night, I watched him sit on the edge of Tyler's bunk for nearly 20 minutes, his voice barely audible as he spoke to the 14-year-old wrestler. Tyler appeared to be pretending to sleep, but I could see the tension in his body, the way his breathing remained shallow and forced rather than the deep, rhythmic pattern of actual slumber. Preston's hand rested on what appeared to be Tyler's shoulder or back beneath the blanket, moving in small, rhythmic motions that made my stomach clench with revulsion. The next morning, Tyler was unusually quiet during breakfast, picking at his scrambled eggs without his usual appetite. When I tried to engage him in conversation about the upcoming canoe race, he gave short, distracted answers and kept glancing toward the counselor's table, where Preston sat laughing with the other staff members. The contrast between Preston's jovial public persona and his nighttime behavior was becoming increasingly apparent, and I began to understand that I was witnessing something deeply wrong. Kevin's behavior also started to change around this time. The quiet boy who had initially seemed excited about keeping a camp journal now appeared withdrawn and anxious. During activities, he would position himself as far from Preston as possible, and I noticed him flinching whenever our assistant counselor approached. When Preston offered to help Kevin with his swimming technique, the boy quickly declined, claiming he preferred to practice on his own. But Preston was persistent and skilled at creating situations where refusal seemed difficult or rude. He volunteered for lunch duty, positioning himself at the serving line where he could interact with every camper. He offered extra helpings to his preferred targets, engaging them in conversation that delayed the line and forced more interaction. When Kevin tried to grab his tray and move on quickly, Preston would ask detailed questions about his meal preferences or camp activities, keeping the boy trapped in conversation while his hand remained on Kevin's shoulder or arm. The other counselors seemed oblivious to Preston's inappropriate behavior, or perhaps they were deliberately overlooking warning signs they didn't want to acknowledge. Brett was focused on organizing activities and maintaining the camp's enthusiastic atmosphere. The other cabin counselors were college-aged kids, more interested in their summer jobs than protecting the campers under their care. Preston had positioned himself as the helpful, dedicated staff member who went above and beyond, making it difficult for anyone to question his motives without seeming paranoid or troublesome. Everything changed during the second week of camp on a humid Tuesday that started like any other. We had spent the morning at the lake learning advanced swimming techniques, followed by lunch and an afternoon hike to a nearby waterfall. The temperature was pushing 90 degrees, and the humidity made every activity feel like we were moving through thick soup. By evening, everyone was exhausted and looking forward to the relative coolness that came after sunset. After dinner, Brett announced that he needed to attend an emergency staff meeting regarding some administrative issues with the camp's insurance. This was highly unusual, as the evening hours were typically reserved for cabin activities and ensuring the campers settled down properly for the night. But Brett assured us he would return within an hour, leaving Preston in charge of Cabin 7 with strict instructions to maintain the normal bedtime routine. The moment Brett's footsteps faded into the distance, Preston's demeanor shifted noticeably. Gone was the jovial assistant counselor who cracked jokes and led enthusiastic cheers during meals. In his place stood someone with predatory focus, his eyes scanning our group with an intensity that made several of the younger boys shift uncomfortably in their seats. He announced that since it was such a hot night, he was instituting special cooling procedures that would help everyone sleep more comfortably. Preston began by adjusting the cabin's windows, opening them wider than usual, and positioning the single electric fan to create better airflow. This required moving several bunks slightly to optimize the air circulation, he claimed, and he personally oversaw each adjustment. But his movements were calculated and deliberate, creating opportunities for unnecessary physical contact as he helped boys move their bedding and personal items. His hands lingered on backs and shoulders as he guided their movements, and his voice dropped to that uncomfortable whisper I had noticed during previous evenings. When it came time for the younger boys to change into their sleeping clothes, Preston positioned himself strategically in the cabin, claiming he needed to ensure the windows remained properly secured for safety. This gave him an unobstructed view of the changing area, and I watched his eyes track the movements of Kevin and Tyler with an intensity that made my skin crawl. He offered commentary about the heat and the importance of wearing minimal clothing to stay cool, suggestions that felt inappropriate and unnecessary. As the evening progressed, Preston became increasingly bold in his behavior. When Kevin struggled to reach something in his upper cubby, Preston was quick to assist, pressing against the boy's back as he retrieved the item. The contact lasted far longer than necessary, and I could see Kevin's face flush with embarrassment and discomfort. Tyler, the usually confident wrestler, seemed to shrink into himself whenever Preston approached, his earlier bravado replaced by nervous energy and averted eyes. The breaking point came around 10 o'clock, well past our usual lights-out time. Preston had been moving around the cabin for over an hour, ostensibly checking on various campers and ensuring their comfort in the oppressive heat. But his attention kept returning to a small group of the youngest boys, and his conversations with them had taken on an increasingly personal and inappropriate tone. He asked detailed questions about their bodies, their experiences with puberty, and their relationships with friends back home, all under the guise of being a concerned counselor who wanted to help them navigate the challenges of adolescence. When Preston approached Kevin's bunk for the third time that evening, something inside me snapped. The 13-year-old was clearly distressed, his earlier journal-writing enthusiasm replaced by fearful glances toward the door and obvious attempts to avoid conversation. Preston sat on the edge of Kevin's mattress, his hand resting on what appeared to be the boy's leg beneath the thin camp blanket, and began speaking in that low, intimate voice that had become his signature during these evening sessions. From my position across the cabin, I couldn't hear the specific words, but Kevin's body language spoke volumes. The boy had pressed himself against the wall as far as possible while still remaining in his bed, his eyes wide and frightened in the dim light from the overhead bulb. Preston leaned closer, his voice becoming more insistent, and his hand moved in small motions beneath the blanket that made Kevin's breathing become rapid and shallow. I knew I had to do something, but confronting Preston directly seemed both dangerous and likely to make the situation worse for Kevin. Instead, I began making noise, rustling my sleeping bag, coughing loudly, and shifting around in my bunk as if I was having trouble sleeping. This forced Preston to pause his conversation and glance in my direction, breaking the intimate bubble he had created around Kevin's bed. "Everything okay over there?" Preston called out, his voice carrying a note of irritation at the interruption. "Just can't get comfortable in this heat," I replied, making my voice sound drowsy and innocent. "Maybe if we turned off the main light, it would be cooler." This suggestion created an opportunity for Kevin to escape the immediate situation by volunteering to reach the light switch, which was located near the door and far from Preston's position. The movement broke the spell, and Preston was forced to abandon his focused attention on the younger boy as the cabin plunged into relative darkness, illuminated only by moonlight filtering through the windows. But even in the darkened cabin, Preston's activities continued. I heard him moving around for another hour, the floorboards creaking as he visited various bunks. Whispered conversations continued, though they were harder to track without visual confirmation. Several times I heard muffled sounds that could have been sobbing, though they were so quiet I couldn't be certain of their source or meaning. The next morning brought no relief from the oppressive heat, but something else had changed in our cabin's atmosphere. Kevin barely spoke during breakfast, picking at his pancakes while staring blankly at his plate. Tyler was equally withdrawn, the confident wrestler replaced by a nervous boy who jumped at sudden sounds and avoided eye contact with anyone. The other younger campers seemed subdued as well, lacking their usual morning energy and enthusiasm for the day's planned activities. Preston, meanwhile, appeared refreshed and energetic, greeting everyone with his characteristic smile and enthusiastic commentary about the upcoming day. He had returned to his public persona of the dedicated counselor, organizing our breakfast line efficiently and engaging in cheerful banter with the other staff members. But I noticed how his eyes continued to track the movements of specific campers and how he positioned himself to maintain visual contact with his preferred targets throughout the meal. Brett had returned from his emergency meeting, but he seemed distracted and overwhelmed with whatever administrative issues had required his attention. He announced that the camp's insurance company was requiring additional safety inspections of all facilities, which would necessitate several evening meetings with state officials over the coming week. This meant more opportunities for Preston to be left in charge of our cabin during the crucial evening hours, when his inappropriate behavior typically escalated. The swimming activities that morning provided Preston with another opportunity to exercise inappropriate supervision. While Brett worked with the advanced swimmers on diving techniques, Preston volunteered to assist the beginners in the shallow end of the lake. This gave him license to provide hands-on instruction that involved extensive physical contact with the younger boys. I watched from the dock as he guided them through basic strokes, his hands remaining on their bodies far longer than necessary, adjusting their form with touches that seemed more intimate than educational. Kevin had become particularly reluctant to participate in swimming lessons, claiming he felt sick and asking to sit out the activity. But Preston was insistent that the fresh lake water would help him feel better, personally escorting the reluctant boy into the water despite his obvious discomfort. Once in the shallow area, Preston positioned himself directly behind Kevin, reaching around to demonstrate proper arm movements in a way that forced the younger boy's back against his chest. The scene was disturbing enough that several other campers began to notice and comment. Danny, the oldest boy in our cabin, made a joke about Preston being overly helpful, but there was an edge to his voice that suggested he was also uncomfortable with what he was witnessing. Tyler, despite his own apparent issues with Preston, attempted to intervene by suggesting that Kevin might learn better by watching from the dock first, but Preston dismissed the suggestion with a laugh and continued his inappropriate instruction. As the day progressed, Preston's behavior became increasingly bold and concerning. During the afternoon craft session, he volunteered to help with any projects that required one-on-one guidance. When Kevin struggled with a wood carving assignment, Preston pulled his chair directly behind the boy, reaching around to guide his hands as they worked with the sharp tools. The positioning was unnecessarily intimate, forcing Kevin to lean back against Preston's body while their hands remained intertwined around the carving knife. Other counselors were present during these activities, but they seemed either oblivious to the inappropriate nature of Preston's assistance or unwilling to intervene. The arts and crafts instructor, a college student named Jenny, was focused on helping multiple campers simultaneously and appeared to view Preston's hands-on approach as helpful rather than concerning. When Kevin attempted to move his chair away from Preston, claiming he needed more workspace, Preston simply moved his own chair to maintain the close contact. The most disturbing incident of that day occurred during our afternoon rest period. The oppressive heat had prompted Brett to institute a mandatory quiet time in the cabins, during which campers were supposed to read, write in journals, or simply rest before the evening activities. Brett retired to the counselor's lounge to review the next day's schedule, again leaving Preston as the sole supervisor of our cabin. Instead of encouraging quiet activities, Preston announced that the heat made it necessary for him to conduct individual wellness checks to ensure no one was suffering from heat exhaustion. This involved him moving from bunk to bunk, claiming he needed to assess each camper's physical condition by checking for signs of overheating. For the older boys, these checks were perfunctory. A quick question about how they were feeling, followed by a brief touch to the forehead to check for fever. But for the younger campers, Preston's wellness checks became extended examinations that involved far more physical contact than any medical assessment could justify. When he reached Kevin's bunk, Preston sat on the edge of the mattress and began a detailed evaluation that included checking the boy's pulse at multiple points, examining his skin for signs of heat rash, and monitoring his breathing patterns in ways that required placing his hands on Kevin's chest and back. The examination lasted nearly 15 minutes and involved Preston removing Kevin's shirt to better assess his condition. Throughout the process, Preston maintained a running commentary about the importance of recognizing heat-related illness and the proper techniques for cooling down an overheated body. But his hands moved over Kevin's skin with a thoroughness that went far beyond any legitimate medical concern, and his voice carried that same intimate whisper that had become his signature during inappropriate interactions. Kevin endured the examination in obvious distress, his eyes wide and frightened as Preston's hands explored his body under the guise of medical necessity. Several times the boy attempted to move away or cover himself, but Preston was persistent, explaining that a proper assessment required thorough examination and that Kevin shouldn't be embarrassed about receiving medical attention from a trained counselor. From my position across the cabin, I could see that this was no medical examination, but rather a calculated assault disguised as legitimate camp supervision. Preston's movements were deliberate and unnecessary, his touches lingering in areas that had no connection to assessing heat exhaustion. The other boys in the cabin had grown silent, instinctively recognizing that something wrong was happening but lacking the knowledge or authority to intervene. When Preston finally concluded his examination of Kevin, the boy quickly replaced his shirt and retreated to the far corner of his bunk, curling into a protective position that spoke to his emotional distress. Preston made similar approaches to Tyler and two other younger boys, though their examinations were mercifully shorter and less invasive. But each interaction followed the same pattern: unnecessary physical contact, inappropriate intimacy, and medical justifications that couldn't disguise the predatory nature of his behavior. That evening marked the third consecutive night that Brett would be absent for emergency meetings. The pattern had become clear. Preston was systematically arranging to have unsupervised access to our cabin during the crucial hours when his inappropriate behavior typically occurred. Whether he was manipulating the administrative crisis or simply taking advantage of it, the result was the same: extended periods of time alone with vulnerable campers and no oversight from other staff members. As dinner concluded and we returned to our cabin for the evening, Preston's excitement was barely contained. He spoke more rapidly than usual, his movements sharp and purposeful as he organized the evening routine. He announced that the continued heat wave necessitated another round of special accommodations to ensure everyone could sleep comfortably. This involved rearranging bunks again, adjusting windows and fans, and creating what he claimed was optimal airflow throughout the cabin. But the rearrangement seemed designed to isolate the younger boys in a corner of the cabin where Preston could focus his attention without interference from the older campers. Kevin's bunk was moved closest to Preston's counselor station, followed by Tyler and two 13-year-olds whose names I've deliberately forgotten. The positioning created a natural barrier between Preston's target area and the rest of us, allowing him to conduct his evening activities with greater privacy. As the evening progressed, Preston's behavior became more aggressive and desperate. The pretense of medical examinations and wellness checks gave way to increasingly inappropriate physical contact that he justified through various camp-related explanations. He claimed that the younger boys needed instruction in proper sleep positions to prevent heat-related discomfort, demonstrations that required him to physically manipulate their bodies while they lay in their bunks. Kevin had become almost catatonic, responding to Preston's attention with glassy-eyed compliance that spoke to psychological trauma rather than willing participation. The boy who had arrived at camp excited about keeping a journal and learning new skills had been reduced to a frightened shadow of his former self. His journal lay abandoned in his cubby, its pages blank since the night of Preston's first intensive examination. Tyler's response was different, but equally disturbing. The confident wrestler had become hypervigilant, his eyes constantly tracking Preston's movements around the cabin. But his athletic background seemed to make him a particular target for Preston's attention, with our assistant counselor frequently commenting on Tyler's physical development and muscle tone in ways that were clearly inappropriate. Preston had begun timing his evening rounds to coincide with Tyler's preparation for sleep, offering unsolicited advice about athletic performance and body development that created opportunities for unwanted physical contact. The breaking point came when Preston announced that he needed to conduct a special orientation session for the younger campers to help them better adapt to the camp environment. This session would take place in the counselor's corner of the cabin, away from the main sleeping area, and would involve individual consultations with each of the boys under 16. The older campers were instructed to remain in their bunks and engage in quiet activities while the orientation was conducted. I watched in horror as Preston called Kevin over first, directing him to sit on the counselor's bunk while they discussed adaptation strategies for dealing with homesickness and camp anxiety. But the conversation quickly devolved into inappropriate personal questions about Kevin's body, his experiences with physical development, and his relationships with family members. Preston's hands remained in constant contact with the boy throughout the conversation, ostensibly offering comfort and reassurance, but actually engaging in systematic grooming behavior. When Tyler was called for his orientation session, I could see the teenager's internal struggle between his natural athletic confidence and his growing fear of Preston's attention. Tyler attempted to maintain a casual, unafraid demeanor, but his voice cracked as he answered Preston's increasingly personal questions. Preston positioned himself directly beside Tyler on the narrow counselor bunk, their bodies pressed together in a way that left no doubt about the inappropriate nature of the interaction. The orientation sessions with the other younger boys followed similar patterns, each lasting between 20 and 30 minutes and involving extensive physical contact that Preston justified through various counseling techniques. He claimed he was teaching them breathing exercises for anxiety, muscle relaxation techniques for better sleep, and confidence-building exercises that required trust and physical cooperation. But every technique involved inappropriate touching and positioned Preston in ways that gave him access to the boys' bodies under the guise of legitimate camp counseling. During one of these sessions, I heard muffled crying that Preston quickly covered with loud instructions about proper breathing techniques. The sound was heartbreaking and enraging, confirming that these boys were experiencing trauma but had no way to escape or seek help. Preston had positioned himself as a trusted authority figure, and the isolated camp environment made it nearly impossible for the victims to reach outside support or even understand that what was happening to them was wrong. By midnight, Preston had concluded his orientation sessions and announced that the younger boys needed additional cooling measures due to the extreme heat. This involved him moving from bunk to bunk, ostensibly adjusting their bedding and sleepwear to prevent overheating. But his actions were clearly designed to provide opportunities for continued inappropriate contact under the cover of darkness and the pretense of medical necessity. I lay in my bunk feeling helpless and complicit, knowing that terrible things were happening just a few feet away but lacking any clear avenue for intervention. Preston had created a system where resistance seemed impossible and where speaking out would likely result in retaliation against the victims rather than protection for them. The isolation of the camp environment, the authority structure that positioned counselors as unquestionable figures, and Preston's skill at manipulating situations to his advantage had created a perfect storm for predatory behavior. As I listened to the quiet sounds of distress from the younger boys' bunks, I knew that someone needed to take action before Preston's behavior escalated further. The pattern was clear. Each night brought more aggressive and inappropriate contact, and the psychological damage to his victims was becoming increasingly apparent. But I also understood that any action I took would need to be carefully planned and executed to ensure the safety of the boys who were being victimized. The next morning brought a profound change in the atmosphere of our cabin. What had once been a group of excited teenagers enjoying their summer camp experience had transformed into a collection of traumatized boys struggling to maintain normal appearances while dealing with ongoing psychological assault. Kevin had stopped speaking entirely, communicating only through nods and headshakes when directly questioned. Tyler had developed a nervous tic, constantly checking over his shoulder and jumping at unexpected sounds. Preston, meanwhile, had grown even bolder in his behavior, apparently interpreting the boy's compliance and silence as acceptance of his authority and actions. He began implementing new cabin policies that created additional opportunities for inappropriate contact and isolation. Morning wake-up procedures now included individual physical assessments to ensure everyone had slept well and wasn't suffering from heat-related fatigue. These assessments involved Preston checking each younger boy's pulse, temperature, and general physical condition in ways that were clearly unnecessary and inappropriate. Brett remained overwhelmed with administrative duties, now meeting with state officials every evening to address the insurance crisis that seemed to grow more complex each day. His absence had become routine, and Preston had effectively assumed complete control over our cabin's evening and nighttime hours. The other counselors were dealing with their own administrative burdens and seemed relieved that Preston was willing to handle the additional supervisory responsibilities. I had spent the previous night planning potential courses of action, each of which carried significant risks and uncertain outcomes. Confronting Preston directly could result in retaliation against his victims and might simply force him to become more secretive rather than stopping his behavior. Reporting his actions to Brett or other camp officials required evidence that would be difficult to obtain and might not be believed given Preston's reputation as a dedicated counselor. And any attempt to contact outside authorities would be nearly impossible given the camp's remote location and limited communication access. But the situation had become desperate enough that inaction was no longer an option. Kevin's psychological state was deteriorating rapidly, and I feared that the trauma he was experiencing might have permanent consequences if it continued much longer. Tyler was showing signs of severe anxiety and depression that interfered with his ability to participate in normal camp activities. The other younger boys were exhibiting various stress responses that ranged from withdrawal to aggressive outbursts that seemed completely out of character. My decision came during that morning's swimming lesson, when I witnessed Preston's most blatant assault yet. While Brett worked with advanced swimmers on the far side of the lake, Preston had taken the beginners to a secluded cove that was hidden from view by overhanging branches. Under the pretense of teaching proper swimming techniques, Preston had begun systematically removing the boys' swim trunks, claiming that unrestricted movement was essential for learning correct form. The scene was horrifying and unmistakable in its intent. Preston had isolated 4 of the youngest boys in an area where his actions couldn't be observed by other staff or campers. He was methodically undressing them while maintaining his characteristic whisper of instruction and encouragement. The boys stood in the shallow water, naked and clearly terrified, while Preston positioned himself to have unrestricted access to their bodies under the guise of swimming instruction. Kevin was sobbing openly now, his earlier compliance replaced by obvious distress that Preston attempted to dismiss as normal anxiety about learning new skills. Tyler had assumed a protective position near the other boys, his wrestling instincts engaged despite his own fear and trauma. The scene represented a complete abandonment of any pretense of legitimate camp activities, and I knew that intervention was required regardless of the personal risks involved. I began swimming toward the secluded cove, creating noise and commotion that would alert Preston to my approach and force him to abandon his current activities. As I drew closer, I called out questions about swimming techniques and requested assistance with my own stroke development, creating a legitimate reason for my presence that would be difficult for Preston to dismiss. The interruption forced him to direct the boys to redress themselves and return to the main swimming area, breaking up the assault before it could progress further. But my intervention had clearly angered Preston, and I could see the calculation in his eyes as he assessed the threat I represented to his activities. For the remainder of the day, he watched me with undisguised hostility, looking for opportunities to retaliate or neutralize my interference. During lunch, he made several comments about campers who didn't respect authority and the consequences that awaited those who caused trouble for camp staff. His message was clear. Any further interference would result in serious consequences for both me and his primary victims. That afternoon, I made the decision to attempt contact with outside authorities, despite the significant obstacles involved. The camp's main office had a telephone that was theoretically available for emergency use, though access was strictly controlled and monitored. During the afternoon rest period, while Preston was conducting his usual inappropriate examinations of the younger boys, I slipped out of the cabin and made my way toward the administrative building. The main lodge was largely deserted during the afternoon hours, with most staff members supervising activities or attending meetings. I located the office telephone and attempted to place a call to my parents, hoping to convince them to contact local authorities about the situation at camp. But the call quality was poor due to the remote location, and explaining the complex situation over a scratchy connection proved nearly impossible. My parents initially dismissed my concerns as typical homesickness and camp adjustment problems, unable to comprehend the severity of what I was describing. My second attempt involved calling the local sheriff's department directly, but this proved even more problematic. The dispatcher was skeptical of a teenage caller reporting counselor misconduct at a summer camp, particularly when I couldn't provide specific details about the nature of the inappropriate behavior without betraying the privacy of the victims. The remote location of the camp and the lack of immediate physical evidence made it difficult to convey the urgency of the situation or convince authorities to take immediate action. As I concluded my unsuccessful attempts at outside contact, I discovered that Preston had noticed my absence from the cabin and was actively searching for me. I could hear his voice calling my name throughout the camp, ostensibly looking for a missing camper, but actually trying to locate a potential threat to his activities. I managed to return to the cabin through a back route that avoided the main pathways, but Preston's suspicious glances throughout the evening made it clear that he suspected my involvement in some form of resistance. That night, Preston's behavior reached new levels of aggression and desperation. With Brett absent for another emergency meeting, Preston announced that the continuing heat wave required immediate implementation of the most extreme cooling measures yet. This involved what he termed intensive body temperature regulation that required the younger boys to submit to extended physical examinations that he conducted in complete privacy behind a makeshift curtain he erected in the counselor's corner of the cabin. The crisis reached its climax on Friday night of the second week, during what would become Preston's final hours of unsupervised access to our cabin. Brett had announced that the insurance meetings would continue through the weekend, meaning Preston would have extensive opportunities to escalate his predatory behavior without interference. The younger boys had reached a state of psychological breaking point, with Kevin now completely non-responsive to normal conversation and Tyler displaying symptoms of severe trauma that interfered with his basic functioning. Preston seemed to sense that his time at camp was limited, either due to the eventual resolution of the administrative crisis or the increasing likelihood that his victims would find ways to report his behavior. His actions that evening carried a frantic quality, as if he was attempting to accomplish as much as possible before losing access to his targets. He abandoned much of his previous pretense about medical necessity and camp regulations, instead relying on direct intimidation and threats to maintain control over the situation. The evening began with Preston announcing that the extreme heat had created a medical emergency that required immediate and intensive intervention. He claimed that several boys were showing signs of severe heat exhaustion that could progress to life-threatening heat stroke if not treated immediately. This medical crisis, he explained, necessitated emergency procedures that would override normal camp policies and privacy considerations. The younger boys would need to submit to extensive physical cooling treatments that required complete cooperation and absolute secrecy to protect the camp from liability concerns. Preston's emergency cooling treatments were clearly designed to provide maximum opportunity for sexual assault under the guise of medical necessity. He had prepared what he claimed were special cooling compounds that needed to be applied to specific areas of the body to prevent heat stroke. The application process required the boys to remove all clothing and submit to hands-on treatment that involved Preston's thorough examination and manipulation of their bodies. Kevin was selected for the first emergency treatment, and I watched in horror as Preston isolated him behind the makeshift curtain he had erected for privacy. The sounds from behind the barrier were heartbreaking. Muffled crying, Preston's insistent whispered instructions, and the obvious sounds of struggle as Kevin attempted to resist the assault. Preston's explanations about medical necessity became increasingly aggressive as Kevin's compliance wavered, with clear threats about the consequences of refusing emergency medical treatment. When Tyler was called for his emergency cooling treatment, the teenager finally reached his psychological breaking point. The confident wrestler who had arrived at camp just 2 weeks earlier was now a traumatized boy whose athletic training was his only remaining source of personal power. As Preston attempted to guide him behind the privacy curtain, Tyler suddenly erupted in violent resistance, shouting that he wouldn't submit to any more examinations and demanding that Preston leave him alone. The confrontation escalated rapidly as Preston attempted to use his authority and intimidation tactics to force Tyler's compliance. But Tyler's wrestling background had given him both physical strength and an understanding of leverage and control that Preston hadn't anticipated. When Preston attempted to physically force Tyler behind the curtain, the teenager responded with techniques learned on the wrestling mat, breaking free from Preston's grip and creating distance between them. Preston's reaction to Tyler's resistance was swift and violent. Abandoning any pretense of medical concern or camp authority, he launched himself at Tyler with obvious intent to overpower the boy through physical force, But Tyler was ready for the assault, using his wrestling skills to defend himself while shouting for help and alerting the other boys to the true nature of the situation. The physical confrontation lasted only a few minutes, but it shattered the atmosphere of intimidation and secrecy that Preston had carefully cultivated. As Tyler grappled with our assistant counselor, the other boys began to understand that resistance was possible and that Preston's authority was not absolute. Kevin emerged from behind the privacy curtain in various stages of undress, his tear-stained face telling the story of what had been happening during those private medical examinations. I joined the confrontation as soon as it began, using my size advantage to help Tyler restrain Preston while the younger boys moved to safety near the cabin door. Preston fought with desperate fury, apparently understanding that his exposure was complete and that his access to victims was ending. He threatened us with expulsion from camp, criminal charges for assaulting a counselor, and various other consequences that he claimed would result from our interference with his legitimate camp duties. But his threats were empty now, and everyone in the cabin understood the true nature of his behavior. The younger boys began speaking for the first time about what Preston had been doing to them during his private examinations and orientation sessions. Their accounts were heartbreaking and infuriating, describing systematic sexual assault that had been disguised as medical care and camp counseling. Kevin's story was particularly devastating, detailing repeated assaults that had occurred over nearly 2 weeks while the rest of us slept nearby. The noise from our confrontation eventually attracted attention from other cabins and staff members who were still awake. Brett returned early from his meeting upon hearing reports of a disturbance in our cabin, arriving to find Preston restrained on the floor, while Tyler and I held him down, and the younger boys huddled near the door in obvious distress. The scene was unmistakable in its implications, and Brett's initial confusion quickly gave way to horrified understanding as he assessed the situation. Preston made several attempts to control the narrative, claiming that he had been attacked by disturbed campers who had misinterpreted his legitimate counseling activities. He insisted that the boys were lying about inappropriate behavior and that their accusations resulted from homesickness, heat-related delirium, and teenage rebellion against authority. But his explanations were contradicted by the physical evidence in the cabin, the obvious distress of his victims, and the testimony of multiple witnesses who had observed his predatory behavior. As additional staff members arrived and began investigating the situation, Preston's composure finally cracked completely. Faced with overwhelming evidence and multiple witnesses, he abandoned his claims of innocence and began making threats against anyone who reported his behavior. He claimed to have influential connections who would protect him from consequences and insisted that the boys' testimony would be dismissed as the fantasies of troubled teenagers. His threats were specific and detailed enough to reveal the calculated nature of his predatory behavior and his confidence that the camp environment would shield him from accountability. But Preston had underestimated both the severity of his crimes and the determination of his victims to seek justice. Tyler's physical resistance had broken the psychological hold that Preston maintained over the younger boys, and they began providing detailed accounts of his behavior that painted a clear picture of systematic sexual abuse. Kevin, despite his psychological trauma, was able to describe specific incidents that corroborated the observations Tyler and I had made during our weeks of witnessing Preston's inappropriate behavior. The immediate aftermath of Preston's exposure was chaotic and traumatic for everyone involved. Camp officials called local law enforcement and emergency medical services to respond to what had become a clear case of child sexual abuse. Preston was arrested that night and removed from the camp in handcuffs, his threats and denials continuing even as he was placed in the back of a sheriff's vehicle. The sight of our former assistant counselor being led away in restraints provided some sense of justice, but it couldn't undo the trauma he had inflicted on his victims. Kevin, Tyler, and the other boys who had been victimized by Preston were taken to a local hospital for medical examinations and psychological evaluation. The process was necessary but traumatic, forcing them to relive their experiences while providing evidence for the criminal case against their abuser. Kevin required extended counseling and medical care, his psychological trauma having manifested in physical symptoms that included sleep disorders, anxiety attacks, and regression in his developmental progress. Tyler's recovery was complicated by his role in finally stopping Preston's predatory behavior. While he took pride in his physical resistance and the protection he had provided to the other victims, he also struggled with guilt about not acting sooner and anger about the failure of camp officials to recognize and prevent the abuse. His wrestling coaches and family worked extensively with counselors to help him process the trauma while maintaining his athletic goals and personal confidence. My own role in the events created complex emotions that required professional support to address properly. While I was proud of my eventual intervention and assistance in exposing Preston's crimes, I also carried significant guilt about the weeks of abuse I had witnessed without taking more aggressive action. The knowledge that my delayed response had allowed additional trauma to occur weighed heavily on me, despite reassurances from counselors and law enforcement that the responsibility lay entirely with Preston. The investigation into Preston's background revealed a disturbing pattern of predatory behavior that extended far beyond his actions at Pine Ridge Summer Camp. Law enforcement discovered that he had used false credentials to obtain his position at the camp, claiming counseling experience and training that he did not possess. His real name was not Preston, and his claimed background from Texas was completely fabricated. He was actually a registered sex offender from another state who had violated his parole by traveling to Vermont and assuming a false identity to gain access to potential victims. The criminal case against Preston proceeded rapidly due to the overwhelming evidence and multiple victim testimonies. He ultimately pled guilty to numerous charges of child sexual abuse, assault, and identity fraud in exchange for a lengthy prison sentence that would keep him away from potential victims for decades. The plea agreement spared his victims from having to testify in open court, though several chose to provide victim impact statements that detailed the ongoing effects of his abuse on their lives and development. Pine Ridge Summer Camp faced serious legal and financial consequences for their failure to properly screen Preston's background and protect the campers under their care. The camp's insurance coverage proved inadequate for the lawsuits filed by victims' families, and the facility ultimately closed permanently after the summer session concluded. Brett and other counselors were cleared of any criminal wrongdoing, but the camp's reputation was irreparably damaged by the scandal and the revelation that a child predator had been given unfettered access to vulnerable campers. The broader impact of Preston's crimes extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families. The case prompted changes in state regulations governing youth camps and the background check requirements for counselors and staff members. New protocols were implemented to ensure better supervision of camp activities and clearer reporting procedures for suspected abuse. While these changes came too late to prevent Preston's crimes, they provided some hope that future generations of campers would be better protected. For Kevin, Tyler, and the other boys who survived Preston's abuse, the road to recovery was long and difficult. Each required extensive counseling and support to process the trauma and develop healthy coping mechanisms. Kevin's family moved to a different state to provide him with a fresh start and access to specialized treatment programs. Tyler continued his wrestling career, but required ongoing therapy to address the anxiety and trust issues that resulted from his victimization. My own experience at Pine Ridge fundamentally changed my understanding of predatory behavior and the vulnerability of children in institutional settings. The knowledge that such abuse could occur under the guise of legitimate authority relationships made me more vigilant about protecting younger people and more willing to speak out when I observed concerning behavior. The guilt about my delayed intervention motivated me to become involved in organizations that work to prevent child abuse and support survivors. The memory of that summer remains vivid and disturbing more than 2 years later. The knowledge that children can be systematically victimized by trusted authority figures while other adults remain oblivious or unwilling to intervene is a sobering reminder of how predators exploit institutional power structures. Preston's crimes were enabled not just by his own calculated manipulation, but by a camp environment that prioritized convenience and cost-cutting over child protection. The courage shown by Tyler in finally resisting Preston's abuse and by Kevin in providing testimony despite his trauma demonstrated the resilience that children can display even in the most difficult circumstances. Their willingness to speak truth to power and seek justice for themselves and other victims was inspiring and humbling. The experience taught me that sometimes the most important thing we can do is simply refuse to remain silent when we witness injustice, even when speaking out carries personal risks. Preston's conviction and imprisonment provided legal justice, but the psychological and emotional consequences of his crimes continue to affect his victims and their families. The experience serves as a permanent reminder that vigilance and courage are required to protect vulnerable people from those who would exploit positions of trust and authority. While the immediate crisis was resolved, the broader responsibility to prevent such abuse requires ongoing commitment from institutions, families, and individuals who refuse to allow predatory behavior to continue unchallenged. Today, as I reflect on those terrifying weeks at Pine Ridge Summer Camp, I am grateful for the strength shown by Preston's victims and the ultimate triumph of justice over predatory behavior. But I am also haunted by the knowledge of how easily such abuse can occur and how many children may be suffering in silence while trusted adults fail to recognize or respond to the warning signs. The responsibility to protect children is one that belongs to all of us, and Preston's crimes stand as a stark reminder of what happens when that responsibility is abandoned or ignored. My name is Ethan. I'm 28 years old, and I live in a small apartment in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I work an office job that barely pays the bills, leaving me perpetually strapped for cash. My few joys in life are getting out into nature with my buddies Jake and Chris, and my girlfriend Sarah. We try to take camping trips a few times a year to get away from it all. This year, we decided to plan something epic, a multi-state camping adventure hitting some of the most remote wilderness areas in the country. The plan was to start in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania, then make our way to Porcupine Mountains Wilderness State Park in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. From there, we'd head to the Checkamega-Nicollet National Forest in northern Wisconsin before swinging down to Pisgah National Forest in the mountains of western North Carolina. We'd end the trip in the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest, straddling the border of Oregon and California. It would be over 3 weeks of tent camping and hiking through some of the wildest forests in the United States. While the outdoors enthusiast in me was thrilled, part of me was also nervous. These weren't well-trodden campgrounds with amenities. These were vast stretches of untouched woodland, far from civilization. If anything went wrong out there, help would be a long way off. But I pushed those fears aside, telling myself it would be fine. What's the worst that could happen? After months of saving up money and planning logistics, the day had finally arrived to hit the road. We loaded up Jake's Jeep with our gear and provisions and set off, spirits high. Leaving the city behind, we drove off toward the endless expanse of forest that awaited us. Little did I know that out there in the ancient woods, something awaited us too. Something that would turn our adventure into a nightmare. Something that would make me question everything I thought I knew about the wilderness and about reality itself. As the miles rolled by and the towns grew further apart, an unsettling feeling crept over me, sending a shiver down my spine despite the warm summer air rushing through the open windows. I tried to shake it off, but deep down I sensed that in the primordial forest ahead, something wicked this way comes. After driving all day, we finally arrived at the edge of the Allegheny National Forest as the sun began to set. We checked in at the ranger station, got our backcountry permit, and headed off down a dirt road into the woods. The light faded quickly as we walked, ancient hemlocks towering over us, their dense canopy blocking out the dusky sky. It was unnerving how quickly the forest swallowed us up. The noisy chatter of birds and bugs abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie stillness broken only by our muffled footsteps on the pine needle floor. After hiking a few miles in, we came to a small clearing and decided to make camp for the night. We pitched our tents beneath gnarled oaks dripping with old man's beard lichen. As we started a fire and cooked some food, my uneasiness began to dissipate, replaced by the contentment of being in nature with good friends. But sometime in the night, I woke with a start. At first, I wasn't sure what had awoken me. I lay still, listening intently. And then I heard it, a distant wail, long and mournful, emanating from deep in the forest. Goosebumps studded my arms. It sounded almost human, but not quite. As it echoed through the night again, I recognized it with a rising dread. It sounded like a woman wailing in grief-stricken agony. But out here, miles from any other people, that made no sense. Wide awake now, my heart pounding, I tried to control my breathing and listen. The minutes dragged by. The wailing did not come again. Unsettled, I eventually fell into a restless sleep. In the light of morning, I told Jake and Chris what I had heard. They looked at each other uneasily. "I heard it too," Jake said quietly. "I didn't want to say anything and freak you guys out, but yeah, I definitely heard a creepy-ass wailing sound last night." Chris shifted and mumbled that he must have slept through it. I could tell the news alarmed him. We tried to come up with rational explanations, a fox or an owl maybe, but none seemed to fit. As we broke camp and prepared to hike on, I tried to push it out of my mind. Surely it was just some weird animal in the night. Nothing to worry about. And yet, I couldn't quite convince myself. A tingle of foreboding raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I felt the weight of the forest's gaze upon us, ancient and knowing. What other secrets did it hold? Our hike that day was subdued. The wailing in the night weighed heavily on my mind. I jumped at every snapped twig, glancing over my shoulder at shadows between the trees. The forest no longer felt welcoming. It felt watchful and vaguely threatening. By late afternoon, we came to a stand of towering, old-growth hemlocks. Their trunks were enormous, easily 10 feet across. As we drew closer, picking our way through the ferns, we noticed strange carvings in the bark of the biggest trees. They looked old, partially obscured by moss and lichen. Intrigued, we dropped our packs to take a closer look. When I brushed away the detritus on one carving, I inhaled sharply. Etched into the tree was an unsettling, vaguely humanoid figure with antlers branching off its elongated head. Concentric circles radiated out from its emaciated body. "What the hell is that?" asked Chris uneasily. As I examined the other carvings, a chill spiraled down my spine. They all depicted the same antlered figure, sometimes accompanied by other disturbing elements: disembodied animal parts, skull-like faces, runes and symbols I didn't recognize. "Looks like some kind of pagan forest god," muttered Jake. "Creepy as shit." I took a few photos of the carvings, fingering the bear spray on my belt and wondering how it would fare against an antlered forest demon. We hiked on in uneasy silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. That night at our campsite, the wind gusted through the trees, sounding like whispering voices. Sleep did not come easily. The next morning, I awoke groggy and unrested. As we ate a quick breakfast, the wailing began again, closer this time. It rose and fell, undulating through the mist. My blood turned to ice in my veins. Jake and Chris looked at me with wide eyes. Then, from a different direction, another voice joined the keening cry. And another. Soon the woods echoed with an unholy chorus of ululating wails, surrounding us on all sides. "What the fuck, man?" Jake said, his voice trembling. "What do we do?" I licked my dry lips, mind racing. "Let's break camp and get the hell out of here. Hike back out to the road. I've got a really bad feeling about this." We powered through our rising panic to pack up camp with shaking hands. The wailing grew louder, more frenzied, spurring us to move faster. And then, from the underbrush at the edge of our clearing, it emerged. At first, my brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. A skeletal figure with pale, almost translucent flesh. Towering antlers branched off its elongated skull. In place of hands, it had sharp claws that scraped together with a horrific clacking sound. As it threw its head back and unleashed an ungodly shriek, I glimpsed rows of jagged teeth in its maw. "Run!" I screamed, adrenaline jolting through me. We crashed through the trees in blind panic, the creature's wailing ringing in our ears. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, my lungs and legs burning. Terror obliterated all thought. When I finally stopped to gasp for breath, bent over with my hands on my knees, I realized I was alone. In my panic, I'd gotten separated from Jake and Chris. I called out for them repeatedly, but only stillness answered me. the creatures wailing mercifully absent. Not knowing what else to do, I pull out my phone with trembling hands, hoping to use GPS to navigate my way back to the road. But a notification on the screen makes my stomach drop. No service. I'm lost and alone in this God-forsaken forest, and I'm being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. Something straight out of a nightmare. I take a deep breath, trying to gather my wits. I pull out my trail map with shaking fingers. If I can just orient myself and figure out the direction of the road, I might stand a chance of escaping this primeval forest and the horrors it contains. For a moment, all is silent except for my labored breathing. Then a long, agonized wail rises in the distance once again. Every hair on my body stands on end. It's coming for me. Heart pounding, I crashed through the underbrush, thorny branches clawing at my face and arms as I ran. The creature's wails echoed behind me, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, as if it were toying with me. I had no idea if I was even headed in the direction of the road anymore. All rational thought had fled, replaced by the primal urge to survive. My lungs seared and my legs screamed in protest, but I pushed myself onward, knowing that to stop would mean a horrendous death. Suddenly the trees opened up into a small clearing dominated by an enormous, gnarled oak that must have been hundreds of years old. I staggered to a stop, breath ragged. And then I saw them. All around the tree's base were what appeared to be bundles of sticks and bones, hanging from the lower branches by frayed strips of cloth. As I stepped closer, the blood drained from my face. They weren't just bundles. They were crafted to resemble crude human figures. And upon each effigy's face was carved the same disquieting symbol from the trees earlier, concentric circles radiating from a central point. A gust of wind sent the effigies knocking together, rattling like macabre wind chimes. The sound chilled me to my core. What was this place? Who had made these unnerving talismans? I was so transfixed by the eerie sight that I almost didn't hear the rustling in the brush behind me until it was too late. I spun around just as the creature burst into the clearing mere yards away. In the muted daylight filtering through the leaves, I could see it more clearly now. Its body was emaciated, skin stretched taut over visible bone. A rack of blood-stained antlers crowned its misshapen head, and its eyes. Dear God. Its eyes were just dark, gaping holes that seemed to swallow the light. It threw its head back, unleashing that terrible wail again, revealing an incongruously human-like mouth filled with sharp yellow teeth. Then it began to lumber toward me on spindly legs that bent at unnatural angles. Pure, undiluted terror jolted me into action. I took off running again, aiming for the far side of the clearing, but in my adrenaline-charged panic, my foot caught on an exposed root. I crashed to the dirt hard, the impact knocking the air from my lungs. By the time I managed to suck in a wheezing breath and raise my head, the creature was nearly upon me. I scrambled backwards on hands and knees, feeling my palms shred on the pine needle floor. But it was no use. The monstrous figure closed in, its claws clicking together menacingly. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for those teeth to tear into my flesh. Suddenly, a series of loud cracks split the air, followed by an enraged, gurgling shriek. My eyes flew open again to see the creature staggering, dark liquid spurting from wounds across its torso. More cracks rang out, and the creature jerked and spasmed as if hit by invisible fists. Through the trees at the edge of the clearing, two figures burst into view, Jake and Chris, the former clutching a smoking rifle. The creature let out an unholy scream, then turned to limp off into the forest with unnatural speed, leaving a trail of black fluid in its wake. Jake reached me and extended a hand, eyes still wide with fear and adrenaline. Jesus Christ, man, are you okay? I nodded mutely, not trusting myself to speak. My whole body shook violently as Jake helped me to my feet. What the hell was that thing? Chris asked, voice trembling. I just shook my head. I had no answers, no context for the mind-bending horror we'd just encountered. All I knew was that every instinct in my body screamed for me to get as far from these woods as humanly possible. We set off through the trees again, Jake's rifle clutched tightly in his hands. I tried not to think about the creature's wounds or what it might do if it came across us again. I focused only on putting one foot in front of the other, drawing upon reserves of determination I didn't know I had. After what felt like hours of stumbling through the underbrush, we finally burst from the tree line onto a blessed dirt road. I nearly wept with relief. We still had miles to reach the car, but for the first time since hearing that wail in the night, I allowed myself to believe we might actually survive this nightmare. Little did I know that our horror story in these ancient forests was only just beginning. 2 days later, we reached Porcupine Mountains Wilderness State Park in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. After our ordeal in the Alleghenies, every fiber of my being wanted to abandon this whole trip and go home. But Jake and Chris argued that what we'd experienced must have been a one-off. Some mutant animal, escaped from a lab maybe. They convinced me and themselves that it couldn't possibly happen again. I wanted to believe that. I wanted to chalk up the antlered abomination to a temporary break from reality, just the product of overactive imaginations and isolation. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. The primal, otherworldly terror lingered, like a shadow on my soul. So it was with great trepidation that I helped set up camp that night in a mossy hemlock forest in the Porkies, as the park was affectionately known. All day as we hiked, I'd scanned the trees with anxious eyes, straining my ears for any unnatural sound. But the forest remained resolutely silent, save for benign bird calls and the sighing of the wind through the leaves. After a tense but uneventful night, we decided to split up the next day to cover more ground. We agreed to each hike a few miles in opposite directions and then circle back to meet at a small lake marked on our map. Jake lent me his backup pistol, a chunky .44 Magnum revolver that I had no idea how to use, but tucked into my waistband anyway. The further I walked from camp, the more my unease grew. It felt as if the ancient trees were watching me, lichen-crusted branches grasping and clawing. When I burst out of the underbrush and found myself on the shores of the glassy lake, I breathed a little easier. I stopped to consult my map and get my bearings while I waited for the others to arrive. That's when I first noticed the prints. All along the muddy lake shore were what looked like cloven hoof prints, sunk deep into the muck. But they were larger than any deer tracks I'd ever seen, and the way they meandered back and forth near the water's edge seemed distinctly unanimal-like. A whisper of dread snaked down my spine. I followed the tracks with my eyes to where they disappeared into the forest, and froze. There, in the shadowy spaces between the trees, stood a figure. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light on the foliage. But as I squinted, the shape sharpened into focus. A towering form, easily 8 feet tall, with shaggy fur and what looked like an enormous rack of antlers rising from its head. My heart leaped into my throat. I whipped out the revolver with trembling hands, taking aim at the hulking figure. For a moment it remained motionless. Then, slowly, ponderously, it stepped forward out of the trees. I can barely comprehend what I'm seeing. From the waist up, it has the body of a man, a heavily muscled, hair-covered torso with powerful arms ending in gnarled hands. But below that powerful human back, where legs should be, are the hindquarters of a deer or stag, sleek flanks leading to cloven hooves that clack against the stone. The dissonance of its two halves is dizzying, a sight never meant for mortal eyes. But most disturbing of all is its head. An enormous skull caps its shoulders, neither fully man nor beast. From a protruding, almost snout-like jaw, yellowed teeth jut, too large and sharp to be human. Dark, deep-set eyes glower beneath a sloping brow. And rising from its skull is a towering rack of antlers, at least a dozen points branching toward the sky. The creature takes another step toward me, its hooves crunching in the gravel at the water's edge. I can smell its rank animal musk from here, undercut by the coppery tang of old blood. I realize I'm hyperventilating, the revolver shaking violently in my sweaty grip. Some distant part of my brain screams at me to shoot, but I'm paralyzed, rooted to the spot by the impossibility of what I'm seeing. The creature regards me balefully for a long moment, then opens its bristling mouth and speaks. The words are like grinding boulders, rumbling and ancient. I don't understand them, but they fill me with a visceral, writhing horror. As the creature lumbers toward me, I finally regain control of my petrified limbs. I turn and run, adrenaline buzzing like angry hornets through my veins. I crash heedlessly through the underbrush, unsure if I'm even heading in the right direction. Tree branches whip my face and tear at my clothes. But I feel no pain, only the echoing report of adrenaline urging me onward. From somewhere behind me, an enraged bellow rattles the forest, a terrifying amalgam of human fury and animal bloodlust. I chance a glance over my shoulder and immediately wish I hadn't. The creature is charging after me, bounding between the trees with horrifying speed for its size. I can see intelligent rage burning in its eyes, frothing spittle flying from its snapping jaws. I've never known such total, mind-obliterating terror. I burst into a small clearing and nearly sob with relief at the sight of our tents. Sucking air into my burning lungs, I stumble into camp, screaming for Jake and Chris. But the tents are empty, sleeping bags undisturbed. A cannon blast of dread detonates in my gut. The creature's roar rips through the forest again, so close now that I can feel the vibration in my chest. I spin in a frantic circle, searching for a weapon, an escape, anything. My eye lands on the Jeep parked at the edge of camp. Thanking every god I can think of that we left the keys in it, I sprint for the vehicle. I'm mere feet away, hand outstretched toward the door handle, when a tremendous force slams into my back. I hit the ground hard, all the air whooshing out of my lungs. I roll onto my back, gasping, and find myself staring up into the abomination's contorted face, its antlers blotting out the sun. It pins me to the dirt with one powerful hand, dagger-like claws pricking my skin. I squirm and thrash, but its grip is iron. Fetid breath washes over me as it leans down, its beastly mouth stretching open grotesquely wide. I feel my mind start to splinter, unable to process the yawning horror before me. The creature's jaws descend toward my face. I'm screaming, a shrill animal sound that I no longer recognize as my own voice. So this is how it ends, I think, wildly, torn apart by an impossible monstrosity in the forests of America's heartland. Suddenly, a deafening crack splits the air. The creature jerks, black liquid spraying from its shoulder. More cracks follow, and the creature staggers back, releasing me. I scramble away on hands and knees as a barrage of gunfire rings out. It's Jake and Chris laying down, covering fire from the tree line, their faces white with terror. I lurch to my feet and sprint toward them, not daring to look back. As soon as I reach them, we turn and flee into the trees, running like the devil himself is on our heels. This time, the creature does not give chase, and its roars fade into the distance as we crash through the underbrush. We run until our lungs are bursting and our legs give out, collapsing into the pine needles. For a long time, we just lay there, chests heaving, not daring to speak. Finally, Jake voices what we're all thinking. We need to get the hell out of these woods. I nod, mute with exhaustion and residual terror. But even as I agree, a grim realization sinks in. Something tells me that no matter how far we run, the horrors we've awoken in these ancient forests will follow. By the time we pile into Jake's Jeep, the sky is darkening, and the first fat drops of rain are starting to ping off the windshield. The weather forecast called for storms, but I feel a flicker of unease, imagining hunkering down in our tents in these woods with those creatures, those entities on the loose. We should find a motel for the night, I suggest quietly, as Jake aims the Jeep back toward the highway. He glances at me in the rearview mirror, trying to read my expression, then nods. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I don't think I can sleep in this goddamn forest another night. We drive in silence for a while. The only sounds, the slosh of tires through the rain and the thump of the wipers. My mind keeps replaying the sight of that impossible creature looming over me, the hot stench of its breath, the incomprehensible rumble of its speech. I feel like I'm unraveling, like the fabric of reality is fraying at the edges. It's nearly midnight by the time we pull into the parking lot of the Easy Sleep Motor Lodge, its busted neon sign glowing feebly in the dark. The desk clerk barely glances at us as we check in, slapping a key attached to a plastic fob onto the counter without bothering to look up from his phone. Our room is small, dimly lit, and smells faintly of cigarette smoke and mildew. But in my current state, it feels like the goddamn Ritz. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding as the door clicked shut behind us. Here, with the rain pattering against the window and the hum of the mini-fridge, the horrors of the forest almost feel distant. Almost. "What the fuck is happening out there?" Chris asks, his voice small and scared as he sinks down onto one of the beds. What are those things?" Jake shakes his head slowly, scratching at his stubble. "I have no fucking clue. But they sure as shit aren't natural. That thing today, with the horns and the hooves, it was like something out of a nightmare." "It spoke to me," I whisper hoarsely. The others turn to look at me. When it had me pinned. It said something in a language I've never heard before. But I felt it. Felt the meaning, even if I didn't understand the words. It was old and furious and triumphant somehow, like it was reveling in our fear. Jakes exhales heavily, dragging a hand down his face. "Jesus. What if they're cursed?" Chris suggests in a hushed voice. We look at him. I mean, think about it. All the creepy carvings, the bone bundles hanging from the trees. What if we stumbled onto some ancient native land that's, I don't know, guarded by these spirit creatures? Silence falls as we mull that over. Rationally, it sounds insane. Vengeful forest spirits, cursed native lands. But after what we've seen, what I've experienced, is anything really beyond the pale? "Whether it's a curse or mutant monsters or goddamn demons," Jake says finally, "we're getting the hell out of these woods first thing in the morning." We all nod vigorously. The plan had been to camp our way through Wisconsin and North Carolina, ending in Oregon, but none of us can stomach another night in the trees with the knowledge of what lurks there in the dark. Despite my exhaustion, sleep is slow to come. Every time I close my eyes, antlered silhouettes dance on the backs of my eyelids. At some point, I drift into an uneasy slumber, plagued by visions of yellow fangs and black, fathomless eyes. I'm awoken in the steel-gray light of dawn by the sound of Chris shouting. I jolt upright in bed, my heart slamming against my ribcage. Jake is already up, tugging on his shoes with clumsy urgency. "It's got him! It's fucking got him!" Chris is yelling. His voice is coming from outside. I'm out of bed in an instant, my blood icing over. Jake and I sprint out the door into the parking lot. The rain has tapered off and a ghostly mist hangs over the blacktop. 20 yards away, near the tree line, I see Chris. And looming over him, one clawed hand clamped around his throat, is the creature from the woods. Chris is thrashing and gurgling, his face turning purple as he claws at the hand crushing his windpipe. The thing's hooves clack against the asphalt, its muzzle writhing as it snarls. "Hey!" Jake shouts. The creature's head snaps up, its eyes locking on us. I fumble for the revolver tucked into my waistband with hands that don't seem to work right. From its free hand, the creature produces something that makes my heart seize. An ornate dagger, its hilt wrapped in what looks like aged leather, the blade carved with esoteric symbols that seem to writhe on the metal. In one swift, horrifically practiced motion, the creature draws the knife across Chris's throat. A shocked gurgle burbles from his mouth as a sheet of red cascades down his front. His eyes find mine, wide and disbelieving, before the light behind them gutters out. A ragged scream tears from my throat as Chris's body crumples to the ground in a boneless heap. The creature turns to face us fully, gore-slicked knife in hand, and bares its teeth in a bloody grin. Then to my horror, it speaks. "You cannot run from your fate," it grinds out. Though the words are heavily accented, I understand them this time. The ritual has begun. The blood moon must be appeased. Beside me, Jake raises his rifle with shaking hands and opens fire. The creature staggers but doesn't fall, black ichor weeping from its wounds. The dagger glints as it raises it again. "Run!" Jake bellows. So we do. Leaving the creature and Chris's lifeless body behind, we sprint for the Jeep. Jake guns the engine and we peel out of the lot, tires screeching. In the side mirror, I catch a final glimpse of the towering figure. Its antlers dark against the lightening sky, watching us flee. Jake grips the steering wheel with white knuckles, his breath coming hard and ragged. "Fuck," he says. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." I'm mute with shock, my mind still trying to process the image of Chris crumpling lifelessly to the ground, his throat a gaping second mouth. I feel like I'm going to vomit. The road winds through the misty forest as the sky transitions from gray to pale, washed out blue. We put mile after mile between us and the motel, but I can still feel the weight of the creature's stare, still hear the wet choking of Chris's final breaths. It's not until the gas gauge is hovering near empty that Jake finally slows, pulling over at a rest stop. For a long moment we just sit there as the engine ticks, staring out the windshield. What do we do now? I croak finally, my voice raw. Jake shakes his head helplessly. I don't know. Fuck. That thing killed Chris. It slit his goddamn throat like it was nothing. His voice cracks on the last word. I swallow hard. The creature's words replay in my head. The ritual has begun. The blood moon must be appeased. A chill spider walks up my spine. It's said we can't run from our fate, I say hoarsely. That the ritual has begun. Jake, I think it's going to hunt us down, no matter where we go. Jake drags a hand through his hair, his eyes haunted and desperate. Then we need to figure out how to stop it, before it kills us too. But I can already feel the cold certainty sinking into my bones like a frost. It's too late. Whatever we've awoken, whatever ancient rite we've set in motion, there's no going back now. The primordial evil we found lurking in the heart of the American wilderness has its hooks in us. And one way or another, it will see this blood moon ritual through to its grisly end. Cloistered in a public library in Madison, surrounded by the comforting smell of old books, I almost managed to convince myself that the whole thing has been a prolonged nightmare. That Chris isn't dead. His life snuffed out by an impossible horror. That Jake and I aren't being stalked by beings that shouldn't exist outside of myth and campfire stories. Almost. But every time I close my eyes, I see the creature's malevolent gaze, its dripping knife. I hear its words, echoing in the ancient tongue that I somehow understood. The ritual has begun. We'd fled north after the attack at the motel, putting Indiana and Illinois behind us in a fearful blur. I kept imagining I saw the creature in every passing tree, waiting on the side of every lonely road. But if it was out there, it didn't show itself again. Now, holed up in Madison, we're desperately searching for answers. I'm poring over books of Native American legends and folklore while Jake scours conspiracy theory forums on his laptop, searching for any hint, any clue about the ungodly things that have invaded our reality. I pause on a passage detailing a myth from the Algonquin tribes of the Great Lakes region. It tells of spindly, antlered beings said to stalk the deep woods, the Wendigo. Creatures with an insatiable hunger for human flesh, whose name means the evil spirit that devours mankind. A shudder runs through me as I read an account of a Wendigo draining the blood from its still-living victims to sate its endless thirst. The ritual, it said. Skinwalkers, Jake says abruptly, making me jump. I glance over at him as he leans toward his laptop screen, eyes wide. The Navajo have legends about skinwalkers, medicine men who used evil magic to shapeshift into animals, or animal-human hybrids. They had deer or coyote heads on human bodies. My mind flashes to the hulking figure from the forest, its body a twisted collage of man and beast. The perfect camouflage for the woods, I murmur. Jake nods, chewing his lip. Says here the Navajo were scared shitless of them, that they'd kill entire families, drink their blood. They were tied to all sorts of dark rituals to gain power. I listen with growing nausea as Jake details the alleged rites of the skinwalkers, killing those close to you as a blood sacrifice, defiling sacred spaces, summoning evil spirits to do your bidding. Every word rings harrowingly true, like puzzle pieces clicking into place to form a picture of our own private hell. The blood moon, I say hoarsely. Both of us fall silent, remembering the creature's parting declaration. I grab Jake's arm, sudden terrible certainty crystallizing in my gut. Jake, when's the next full moon? His face drains of color as he reaches for his phone with numb fingers. A few taps later, he looks up at me in mute horror. He turns the screen toward me. There, under today's date, it reads, "Full moon, total lunar eclipse. The blood moon, tonight." Jesus Christ, I whisper. The chill from my bones seeps outward, coiling around my hammering heart. It's coming for us. We don't know that, Jake says, but there's no conviction in it. Maybe it's done with us. Even as he says it, I can see the flicker of desperate hope dying in his eyes. And I know, in that dark and certain place that has opened up inside me, that he's wrong. These creatures, the skinwalkers, the Wendigo, whatever ancient evil we've unleashed, it's not done with us. Not by a long shot. The signs are all around us now that we know how to look. Prints like hoofbeats in the mud outside the library, splatters that could be old rust or old blood on the concrete. And that smell, like wet fur and decay, filtering in from the woods that crowd up against the town. They've found us. They've been watching us. And tonight, under the bloated red eye of the blood moon, they'll complete their ritual, with our deaths. I shake my head numbly, meeting Jake's terrified gaze. "We have to get out of here," I rasp. "We can't just wait for them to slaughter us." Jake nods jerkily, his eyes darting around the room as if expecting the shadows themselves to come alive. "Where do we go? The woods?" I bark a humorless laugh. "And make it even easier for them? No, we need to get somewhere populated with lights and people. It's our only chance." We gather what meager weapons we have. Jake's hunting rifle, my revolver, a few knives, and burst out of the motel room into the blood-bathed night. In the distance, I can hear the shrieks and howls of the skinwalkers, a terrifying chorus drawing ever closer. We run, tripping and stumbling, putting as much distance as we can between us and the motel. My lungs burn and my muscles scream, but I don't dare slow down. I can feel the weight of their gaze on my back, hear the rustling of their passage through the trees that line the road. After what feels like miles, we careen around a bend and spot Salvation, a lonely gas station, its fluorescence blazing defiantly against the darkness. A single car is parked out front beside the pumps. "There!" Jake pants, pointing. We put on a final burst of speed and race across the cracked pavement, shouldering through the glass door in a jangling of bells. The night clerk looks up from his magazine, startled. He's a kid. Can't be more than 19. His acne-scarred face dawning with slow comprehension as he takes in our wild eyes and sweat-soaked clothes. The guns clutched in our shaking hands. "Call the police," I gasp out, bracing my hands on my knees as I gulp for air. "There's something out there, in the woods, hunting us. We need help, now." The kid blinks at me, reaching slowly for the phone. But before he can even lift the receiver, an ungodly shriek rattles the windows. We whirl to see dark shapes bounding out of the forest towards the gas station, the skinwalkers, no longer even pretending to hide. "Oh, Jesus," Jake says. He fumbles with his rifle, racks a round into the chamber. I do the same with my revolver, trying to still my trembling hands. The figures lope closer, their guttural snarls growing louder. The kid behind the counter starts screaming, high and reedy with terror. In the strobing fluorescence, I catch glimpses of their twisted forms, all wrong angles, emaciated limbs, the flash of yellow fangs and bloodshot eyes. Jake raises his rifle, sights down the barrel. I line up my revolver, say a prayer to whoever might be listening. The skinwalkers are feet from the door now, talons extending, jaws slavering. We're out of time. "Now!" I scream. Jake and I open fire as the plate glass explodes inward, a hurricane of howling tooth and claw. The rifle barks and my revolver bucks, the gunshots deafening in the close confines of the store. Black blood sprays the counters, the linoleum floor. Inhuman screeches of pain rip the air as some of our shots find their marks. But they keep coming, jerking and twitching, shrugging off wounds that would drop a normal creature in its tracks. One of them bulls into me, smashing me back into a rack of chips and candy. I feel ribs crack, all the air whooshing out of my lungs. Fetid breath washes over me, a claw-tipped hand swiping at my face. I jam the gun under its muzzle and pull the trigger, painting the ceiling with its brains. Over the din, I can hear Jake yelling, the kid behind the counter screaming and screaming. More glass shatters. Bags of snacks burst like confetti grenades. Blood splatters everywhere, mine and theirs, black and red. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it's over. I'm slumped against the ruined shelves, gore-spattered and panting. Jake staggers over to me, wild-eyed, bleeding from a dozen cuts. Behind him, the night clerk huddles in a pool of his own vomit, gibbering wordlessly. The gas station is an abattoir, skinwalker corpses sprawled amid the carnage. Part of me marvels that we're still alive. But I know it's not over. There will be more. The blood moon still hangs in the sky like a baleful eye, watchful and hungry. Jake reaches down a bloody hand and hauls me to my feet. "We can't stay here," he croaks. "There'll be more. We have to keep moving." I nod wearily, reloading my spent rounds with numb fingers. I think of the long night ahead, the miles left to go until dawn, until this ends, one way or another. But it's not despair I feel, strangely. It's a calm resolve, an icy determination. We may die this night, but if we do, we'll go down fighting, tooth and nail, together. I meet Jake's eyes, see the same grim acceptance there. "Let's finish this," I say, and together we stagger out into the hungry dark to face whatever horrors the blood moon holds. The jagged peaks of the Cascade Range disappeared into swirling mist as I guided my Ford Bronco along the winding Forest Service road. It was early October, and I'd planned this solo backpacking trip for months. 5 days in the remote wilderness of the North Cascades National Park, far from cell service, people, and the crushing deadlines of my architectural firm. The trailhead parking lot was empty when I arrived. Not surprising considering the weather forecast and the remoteness of this particular trail. Most hikers stuck to the more accessible routes this time of year, but I'd always found solitude in these forgotten corners of the wilderness. I shouldered my pack, 50 pounds of gear meticulously organized for mountain survival, and consulted my topographic map one last time before hitting the trail. 7 miles to my first campsite, another 10 tomorrow, then a loop back. Simple enough. The forest enveloped me immediately. Ancient cedars and hemlock formed a natural cathedral, their branches filtering the already dim October light into ghostly beams that barely illuminated the forest floor. I checked my GPS unit, noting the elevation gain ahead. The first 2 miles would be steep, then a ridge walk before descending to a high alpine lake basin. 3 hours in, the sweat poured freely despite the chill. The trail grew increasingly difficult to follow. Clearly, the Forest Service hadn't maintained this section recently. Deadfall blocked the path every 100 yards or so, forcing detours through dense underbrush. A light mist turned to steady rain, and I paused to pull my rain shell over my pack. That's when I noticed the silence. Anyone who's spent time in the deep wilderness knows it's never truly quiet. Birds, insects, wind through trees, nature has its soundtrack. But standing there, rain pattering on my hood, I couldn't hear anything else. No birds, no rustling. Just the dull thud of water drops on fabric and the sound of my own breathing. I chalked it up to the weather and pressed on, but the unnatural quiet followed me like a shadow. By late afternoon, I'd covered only 5 of the planned 7 miles. Darkness approached faster than expected, and I decided to make camp at the next suitable location rather than push to my intended site. A small clearing near a trickling stream provided just enough space for my tent. I worked quickly, securing the rainfly tight against the increasing wind. The routine of camp making normally brought comfort, but tonight each task felt mechanical, performed under the weight of unseen eyes. I'd backpacked solo dozens of times across 3 continents. Fear wasn't new to me. I'd faced down curious bears in Montana, weathered unexpected snowstorms in the Sierras, even evacuated ahead of a wildfire in Olympic National Park. But this was different. Something about this forest felt wrong, as though the trees themselves were holding their breath. As I boiled water for my freeze-dried meal, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, just beyond the edge of my headlamp's beam. I swung around, light cutting through the rain, revealing nothing but dripping vegetation and dancing shadows. The second time it happened, I grabbed my bear spray and stood, scanning methodically through the darkness. "Hello?" My voice sounded thin against the vastness. "Is someone there?" Only rain answered. I ate quickly, secured my food in a bare canister placed well away from camp, and retreated to my tent. Inside, I laid out my sleeping bag and checked my map again. The rangers at the station had mentioned nothing unusual about this area, but they had noted that parts of this trail crossed traditional territories of several indigenous tribes. The older ranger had paused briefly when I mentioned my route, before simply recommending I stick to established campsites. Sleep came fitfully between the drum of rain on nylon and the occasional crack of branches in the darkness. Around 2 a.m., I woke suddenly, alert without knowing why. The rain had stopped, the silence had deepened, and somewhere, not far from my tent, came the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, circling, not an animal. The rhythm was too measured, too purposeful. I reached for my headlamp and knife, heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps stopped directly outside my tent. A shadow fell across the fabric, tall, humanoid, motionless. I held my breath, frozen in place as seconds stretched to minutes. Then, without sound, the shadow moved away, disappearing into the forest. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay awake until the first gray light of dawn filtered through the tent walls, questioning every sound, every shadow, questioning my decision to come here alone. Dawn brought temporary relief. Sunlight penetrated the cloud cover, casting dappled light across my campsite as I emerged from my tent. The forest had reclaimed its voice. Birds called from the canopy, and small creatures rustled through the underbrush. Normal wilderness sounds that should have been comforting, but the night's events had left me shaken. I'd convinced myself the footsteps and shadow were products of half-sleep and an overactive imagination, until I saw the tracks. They circled my tent, clear impressions in the soft earth despite the rain, barefoot but unnaturally large and deep, as though whoever or whatever had made them carried substantial weight. They approached from the north, circled my shelter 3 times, then headed west, deeper into the forest. I photographed them methodically with my camera, placing my trekking pole beside each print for scale. Looking at them through the viewfinder somehow made them more real and more impossible simultaneously. The stride length was inhumanly long. I should have turned back then. Every instinct told me to pack up and retrace my steps to the trailhead. But some combination of stubborn pride and rational skepticism kept me moving forward. There had to be a logical explanation, another hiker playing tricks perhaps, or a hunter tracking illegally in the national park. I broke camp efficiently and consulted my GPS. Today's route would take me higher into alpine terrain, more exposed but with better visibility. The thought of open sight lines brought some comfort as I shouldered my pack and began walking. The trail grew steeper, switchbacking through increasingly sparse forest. My legs burned with exertion, but I welcomed the physical distraction. By mid-morning, I'd gained nearly 2,000 feet of elevation and reached a small plateau where the trees thinned to reveal a panoramic view of jagged peaks and valleys shrouded in mist. I paused to catch my breath and check my bearings. The map showed my intended campsite lay about 4 miles ahead, beside an alpine lake nestled in a cirque between 2 mountains. I'd make it by early afternoon if I maintained my pace. As I drank from my water bottle, something caught my eye at the forest edge, a structure that didn't belong. Approaching cautiously, I found a crude arrangement of sticks, bound with what appeared to be sinew, forming an unmistakable humanoid shape about 2 feet tall. It hung from a low branch, twisting slightly in the mountain breeze. The stick figure wasn't weathered or aged. It had been made recently, the binding still moist, the broken ends of the sticks fresh and green. I'd heard of trail markers left by hikers, but this was different. This felt personal, intentional. I took several photos, then continued walking, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Perhaps kids from a nearby town sometimes hiked up here. Maybe it was some kind of scientific research marker. But the explanations felt hollow against the growing certainty that I was not alone in these mountains. Around noon, I stopped beside a small stream to refill my water bottles. The forest had thinned further, the trees now stunted by elevation and exposure. I should have felt safer in this more open terrain, but instead felt increasingly vulnerable, visible from all angles, nowhere to hide. The water was ice cold, numbing my fingers as I worked my filter. That's when I noticed the reflection in the stream, a figure standing on the ridge above me, silhouetted against the sky. I spun around, water sloshing from my bottle, but saw nothing. The ridge stood empty against clouds heavy with more coming rain. I packed quickly and moved on, keeping to exposed areas where I could scan my surroundings. By mid-afternoon, heavy clouds had rolled in, and the temperature dropped sharply. The lake appeared ahead just as the first snowflakes began to fall. Small at first, then larger, driven horizontally by gusting wind. The designated campsite sat in a small copse of stunted pines near the lakeshore. I set up my tent with cold-numbed fingers, securing it against the strengthening wind. The snow was falling heavily now, accumulating quickly on the ground. October storms in the Cascades were unpredictable but not uncommon. I'd prepared for this possibility with extra layers and a four-season tent. As darkness fell, I melted snow for drinking water and prepared my dinner inside the tent vestibule. The wind howled across the lake, driving snow against the tent with a sound like sandpaper. My headlamp carved a small sphere of light in the growing darkness, beyond which the world disappeared into swirling white. I checked my GPS and calculated options. The storm complicated things. Continuing the planned route over the high pass tomorrow would be dangerous in these conditions. Returning the way I'd come meant facing whatever had left those tracks and constructed that stick figure. Neither option appealed, but the decision could wait until morning. Perhaps the storm would pass by then. As I organized my gear and prepared for another long night, a sound rose above the wind. Rhythmic tapping on wood, 3 beats followed by 2, repeated. Not random, deliberate. I extinguished my headlamp and sat motionless in the darkness, straining to pinpoint the source. It seemed to come from the far side of the lake, perhaps half a mile away. Then it stopped abruptly, leaving only the storm's voice. Minutes later, a response came from much closer. The same pattern, 3 beats then 2, but heavier, deeper. This sound came from just beyond my campsite, no more than 50 yards away. They were communicating, and I was caught between them. I slept fitfully, waking at every noise above the storm's constant howl. By morning, 8 inches of fresh snow blanketed the landscape, transforming the familiar into something alien. The lake had partially frozen overnight, its surface a patchwork of ice and dark water. The temperature had plummeted well below freezing. The weather alone would force a change of plans. The high country road ahead would be treacherous in these conditions. Steep slopes loaded with fresh snow meant high avalanche danger. I'd have to retrace my steps, despite the growing dread that coiled in my stomach at the thought. I melted snow for coffee and studied my map, plotting the safest route back to the trailhead. 8 miles today would bring me to an emergency shelter marked on the map, a basic 3-sided structure maintained by the Forest Service. From there, another 9 miles would return me to my vehicle. The storm had lessened overnight, though heavy clouds still pressed down on the mountains. I broke camp methodically, my breath fogging in the frigid air. As I shouldered my pack and took one last look at the lake, I noticed something that stopped me cold. Tracks crossed the fresh snow along the lakeshore, the same oversized barefoot prints I'd seen around my tent the previous morning. But what disturbed me most wasn't their presence. It was their timing. The snow had stopped falling only 2 hours ago, which meant whatever made those tracks had passed by very recently, and it was heading in the same direction I needed to go. I considered my options. Staying put meant risking exposure as supplies dwindled and temperatures dropped. The emergency shelter offered my best chance for safety. I had to move forward. I followed the trail carefully, maintaining distance from the strange tracks that paralleled my route about 30 yards to the north. The descent was treacherous, steep switchbacks covered in fresh snow that concealed ice and rocks beneath. Twice I slipped, catching myself with my trekking poles before disaster struck. Around mid-morning I entered denser forest, where the snow thinned under the canopy. The tracks I'd been following disappeared among the exposed roots and fallen leaves, and I felt both relief and heightened vigilance. The forest had fallen unnaturally quiet again. No birds, no rustling of small animals. I stopped to consult my GPS and eat a quick snack of trail mix and jerky. The emergency shelter lay about 4 miles ahead. If I pushed, I could reach it by early afternoon. As I repacked my food bag, a branch snapped loudly in the forest to my right. I froze, listening intently. Nothing moved, nothing sounded. Then, a rhythmic scraping like claws or nails dragging slowly across bark. "Hello?" I called, my voice hollow in the still air. "Is someone there?" The scraping stopped immediately. I didn't wait for more. Abandoning stealth, I moved quickly down the trail, no longer concerned with noise, but with putting distance between myself and whatever lurked in the trees. The terrain grew steeper, forcing me to slow despite my urgency. Each time I paused to navigate a difficult section, I heard movement in the forest, not directly following the trail, but paralleling it, keeping pace without revealing itself. By noon, sweat drenched my base layers despite the cold. I'd pushed harder than I should have, and my legs trembled with fatigue. According to my GPS, the emergency shelter lay just over a mile ahead. I allowed myself a brief rest, sitting on a fallen log while scanning the surrounding forest. That's when I saw it. Just a glimpse through the trees, but unmistakable. A figure, taller than any human should be, moving with unnatural smoothness through the forest. It appeared mostly human in silhouette, but wrong somehow. Proportions distorted, movements too fluid. Before I could focus clearly, it slipped behind a massive cedar and vanished. My heart hammered against my ribs as I grabbed my pack and ran, abandoning all pretense of calm. The trail descended sharply, and twice I fell, sliding on wet leaves and snow before regaining my footing. Pain shot through my ankle after the second fall, but adrenaline pushed me forward. I rounded a bend in the trail and saw the emergency shelter ahead. A simple wooden structure with 3 walls and a slanted roof, open on one side to the forest. I staggered toward it, flinging my pack inside and collapsing on the wooden platform that served as its floor. Only when my breathing slowed did I realize I'd made a critical error. The shelter offered minimal protection. Worse, it trapped me against the mountainside with only one direction for escape. If something approached, I'd have nowhere to go. But I couldn't continue. My ankle had swollen against my boot and daylight was fading fast. I had no choice but to spend the night here and reassess in the morning. I unpacked efficiently, setting up my sleeping system inside the shelter and gathering firewood from the surrounding area. A fire ring of stone stood just outside the shelter's open side. With numb fingers, I built a small fire, feeding it carefully until flames pushed back the gathering gloom. As darkness fell completely, I heated water for a meal of freeze-dried stew, eating mechanically while scanning the forest edge visible in the firelight. The flames illuminated perhaps 30 feet of the surrounding area, beyond which the night formed an impenetrable wall. I elevated my injured ankle on my pack and inspected it by firelight. Not broken, but badly sprained. Walking out tomorrow would be painful but possible if I fashioned a better support from the first aid supplies in my pack. The fire's warmth and light provided an illusion of safety, and I found myself drifting despite my determination to remain vigilant. I added the last of my gathered wood to the flames and crawled into my sleeping bag, keeping my knife and headlamp within easy reach. Just as exhaustion began to overcome fear, the forest erupted with sound. A scream that began as something recognizably human, but twisted into something else entirely, something that raised the hair on my neck and sent ice through my veins. It echoed off the mountainsides, seeming to come from everywhere at once. I sat bolt upright, knife in hand, staring into the darkness beyond the dying fire. The scream came again, closer this time, followed by the sound of something large moving through the underbrush, branches snapping, leaves rustling. The fire had burned down to embers, providing barely enough light to see the shelter's edge. I reached for more wood, but my supply was exhausted. The sounds drew closer, deliberate and unhurried. Then silence fell again, deeper and more complete than before. Even the wind had died. I strained to hear anything beyond the pounding of my own heart. A shadow moved at the edge of the firelight, tall and misshapen, neither fully animal nor human. I caught a glimpse of antlers or branches rising from its head before it withdrew into darkness. The fire sputtered and died, plunging the shelter into complete blackness. Dawn broke gray and forbidding. I hadn't slept, maintaining a rigid vigil through the endless night. Whatever had approached the shelter hadn't advanced further, but I'd heard movement in the surrounding forest until first light, circling, watching, waiting. My ankle throbbed relentlessly. I unwrapped the compression bandage I'd applied the previous night and winced at the mottled purple bruising. Still, I could bear weight on it, enough to keep moving, which was all that mattered now. The forest dripped with condensation, each droplet catching the weak morning light like glass beads. Under different circumstances, I might have appreciated the beauty. Now I saw only a landscape of threat and exposure. I boiled water for instant coffee, the small stove's hiss abnormally loud in the stillness. While the water heated, I inspected the ground around the shelter. The evidence lay plain in the thin layer of snow and mud, tracks circling the entire perimeter, the same oversized barefoot prints I'd seen before, but now accompanied by strange drag marks as though something heavy had been pulled alongside. Most disturbing were the prints' depth and clarity. Whatever made them had stood in place for long periods, watching me through the night. In several places, I found 5 deep impressions at the track's front, like elongated fingers or claws had dug into the earth. My hands shook as I repacked my gear. The trailhead lay approximately 9 miles ahead. With my injured ankle, the journey would take most of the day, but reaching my vehicle before nightfall remained possible if I started immediately. I fashioned a more supportive wrap for my ankle using athletic tape from my first aid kit and swallowed ibuprofen to manage the pain. Every instinct screamed for immediate departure, but I forced myself to eat a protein bar and study my map one last time. The trail followed a stream for several miles before joining a wider Forest Service road for the final stretch to the parking area. By 8 a.m., I was moving downhill at a careful but determined pace. My ankle protested with each step, but the tape provided enough support to continue. The forest seemed to press closer here, the trail narrowing between dense stands of ancient trees whose branches intertwined overhead to block most of the morning light. I'd covered perhaps 2 miles when I noticed the first of the markings, a series of symbols carved freshly into a cedar trunk beside the trail. They resembled no alphabet I recognized, composed of angular lines and curved elements that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves when viewed too long. Similar markings appeared on trees at irregular intervals for the next half-mile, always facing the trail, always freshly carved. Around mid-morning, the trail joined the stream I'd seen on my map, and I paused to refill my water bottles. The rushing water provided temporary relief from the forest's oppressive silence. As I filtered water, movement on the opposite bank caught my eye, a flash of something pale moving upright through the trees. I stood quickly scanning the area but saw nothing conclusive. I continued downhill with renewed urgency, no longer concerned with stealth. My ankle had settled into a dull, persistent ache that I could manage as long as I didn't misstep. According to my GPS, I'd covered nearly half the distance to the trailhead, 4 miles down, 5 to go. The trail narrowed further, hemmed in by dense undergrowth on both sides. In places, branches had been deliberately arranged to form arches over the path, too regular to be natural, too recent to have been there when I hiked in 2 days earlier. I ducked beneath them without stopping, unwilling to deviate from the established route despite the growing sense of entering a passage designed by something other than the Forest Service. Around noon, I reached a small clearing where the trail crossed an old wooden bridge over the now substantial stream. I paused mid-span, breathing heavily from exertion and persistent fear. The forest had gone silent again. Not even the sound of wind disturbed the unnatural stillness. That's when I saw it clearly for the first time. It stood at the far end of the bridge, a figure that approximated human form but violated every natural proportion. Impossibly tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in the wrong places. Its skin, where visible beneath caked mud and what looked like animal hides, was a pallid gray-white. Atop its elongated head rose a crown of what I'd initially mistaken for antlers, but now recognized as a headdress made from the desiccated remains of small animals and birds, interwoven with branches and bones. But it was the face that froze me in place, gaunt and stretched, with eyes too large and too dark in hollowed sockets. The mouth extended too wide across the lower portion, filled with teeth that appeared filed to points. We stared at each other across 20 feet of weathered planks, neither moving, neither making a sound. Its head tilted slightly, studying me with an intelligence that seemed coldly curious rather than hostile. Then it opened its mouth wider than should have been possible and released the same scream I'd heard the previous night, starting human before distorting into something that resonated at a frequency that vibrated in my chest and skull. I didn't think. I turned and ran, abandoning the trail and plunging into the forest on the opposite side. My ankle screamed in protest as I crashed through underbrush, heedless of direction except away. Behind me came sounds of pursuit, not running but a rapid, loping movement that covered ground with terrible efficiency. I scrambled up a steep embankment, fingers digging into soil and roots for purchase. At the top, I risked a glance back and saw it emerging from the trees below, moving with a jerky, disjointed gait that covered ground with unnatural speed. It paused, head swiveling as it scanned the slope, then locked its gaze directly on me. I ran again, no longer following any path, simply moving downhill in the general direction of the trailhead. My pack caught on branches, slowing me further. Twice I fell, the second time sliding down a muddy slope before crashing into a tangle of deadfall. The impact knocked the breath from my lungs. I lay stunned for precious seconds, then forced myself to crawl beneath the fallen tree, pressing my body into the narrow space between massive roots and soil. Through a small gap, I could see a limited section of the forest slope above. My breath came in ragged gasps that I struggled to silence. It appeared moments later, moving with that same disjointed, efficient gait. It paused on the slope, its head swiveling as it scanned the area. Then it dropped to all fours in a motion that seemed to dislocate and rearrange its limbs. It pressed its face to the ground, moving in a pattern I recognized with horror. It was tracking me by scent. I pressed deeper into my hiding place as it worked its way down the slope, moving in widening circles from where I'd fallen. It passed within feet of my location, close enough that I could see the intricate construction of its headdress. Tiny bird skulls and vertebrae woven with twigs and sinew into a crown that added to its already unnatural height. Then it stopped, head snapping toward my hiding place with terrible precision. It remained motionless, staring directly at the fallen tree where I hid. Slowly, it began to approach on all fours, movements becoming more fluid and animal-like with each foot of distance closed. I gripped my knife with white-knuckled intensity, knowing it would provide little defense but unable to flee. The creature reached the edge of the deadfall and began to circle, seeking access to the space beneath. I tracked its movement by sound, turning slowly to keep facing the direction of its approach. A long, pale hand with elongated fingers appeared at the edge of my vision, reaching slowly into the space. The fingers terminated in blackened nails or claws that dug into the soil as it pulled itself closer. I had nowhere left to retreat. I raised my knife and prepared to defend myself, knowing the futility but refusing to die without resistance. Then, distantly, came the sound that saved me. Human voices, calling back and forth. A hiking group, somewhere on the main trail, perhaps half a mile away. The creature froze, head turning toward the sound. It withdrew its hand and rose to its full height, listening intently. The voices came again, closer now, accompanied by the distinctive sound of trekking poles against stone. Without a sound, it moved away from my hiding place, disappearing into the forest with that same unnatural speed and grace. Within seconds, it had vanished completely. I remained hidden, trembling with adrenaline and fear, until the voices grew distinct enough to make out words. Then I crawled from beneath the fallen tree and began moving toward them, determined to reach other humans regardless of my appearance or their reaction to my state. I stumbled through the underbrush toward the voices, my ankle threatening to collapse with each step. The hiking party, 3 men and 2 women in brightly colored outdoor gear, stared in shock as I emerged onto the trail 50 yards ahead of them, mud-covered and wild-eyed. "Jesus," one of the men said, hurrying forward. "Are you okay?" I nearly collapsed as they reached me, strong hands catching my arms as my legs finally gave out. Through gasping breaths, I managed to explain I'd been injured and separated from the trail. I said nothing about what had pursued me. The words wouldn't form, and I knew how it would sound. They helped me to a fallen log and offered water and energy bars while examining my ankle. One woman, a nurse from Seattle, rewrapped it professionally, clucking over the swelling and discoloration. "You can't walk on this," she said firmly. "Not 9 miles to the trailhead." "I have to," I insisted, eyes scanning the forest edge continuously. "We need to keep moving. It'll be dark in a few hours." They exchanged concerned glances but agreed to help me down the mountain. 2 men flanked me, allowing me to use their shoulders for support, while the others carried portions of my gear. We moved slowly but steadily, the group maintaining cheerful conversation that felt surreal against the horror of my previous hours. I kept glancing behind us, expecting to see that tall, misshapen figure emerging from the trees. The hiking party attributed my jumpiness to pain and the trauma of getting lost, offering reassurances that we'd reach the trailhead well before dark. They were wrong. My pace, even with assistance, slowed our progress dramatically. The light began to fade while we still had nearly 3 miles to go. The group leader, a bearded man in his 50s named Jack, made the decision to camp at the next suitable site rather than risk night hiking with an injured person. I protested vehemently, but was overruled. They couldn't understand my terror of spending another night in these woods, and I couldn't explain without sounding deranged. When we reached a small clearing beside the stream, they efficiently established camp, setting up tents and gathering firewood, while I sat useless and panicking on a log. "You're safe now," the nurse, Kimberly, assured me, misinterpreting my fear as general anxiety about being injured in the wilderness. "We've got plenty of supplies, a satellite phone if things get worse, and 5 people to keep watch." I nodded woodenly, accepting a bowl of rehydrated camp stew while scanning the darkening forest edge. The group's fire burned bright and hot, illuminating our small circle of tents. They'd set up an extra 1-person tent for me, positioned between their larger shelters. As night fell completely, the group's mood remained upbeat. They shared whiskey from a flask and swapped stories of previous adventures. I contributed minimally, my attention fixed on the darkness beyond our camp and the sounds of the forest. Around 10 p.m., the group began retiring to their tents. Jack announced he'd take first watch, standard precaution for bear country, and would wake his friend Doug at midnight for the second shift. I retreated to my borrowed tent but left the vestibule open, knife beside my sleeping bag. The fire burned lower as the night deepened. Jack sat beside it, occasionally adding small branches to maintain the flame. From my position, I could see his silhouette against the firelight, solid and reassuring. I must have dozed despite my determination to remain awake. I startled back to consciousness at the sound of movement outside my tent. The fire had burned to embers, providing minimal light. Jack was no longer visible at his post. "Jack?" I whispered, reaching for my knife. No response. I crawled to the tent opening and peered out. The camp lay silent and still. No one sat by the fire. I scanned each tent, noting they all appeared secure and undisturbed. Perhaps Jack had woken Doug for his shift and I'd slept through the exchange. Then I saw it. A dark figure standing at the edge of the camp, taller than the surrounding undergrowth. It remained perfectly still, watching. Not Jack, not Doug, not human. I retreated into the tent, heart hammering, mind racing through options. I could call out, wake the others, but if I did, what then? 5 hikers with trekking poles against whatever stalked us? Running was impossible with my injury. Hiding offered temporary safety at best. Minutes passed in agonizing silence. I pressed my eye to a small gap in the tent fabric, maintaining visual contact with the figure. It hadn't moved, remaining motionless at the forest edge. A sound to my right. Fabric rustling. A zipper opening. One of the hikers emerging from their tent. I wanted to call out a warning, but feared drawing the creature's attention directly to me. Doug appeared in my limited field of vision, moving toward the dead fire. He knelt to stir the embers and add kindling, his back to the forest edge where the figure stood. I waited for the attack, muscles tense to bursting, but nothing happened. Doug worked at rebuilding the fire, unaware or unconcerned with the presence watching from darkness. The fire caught, flames growing to illuminate the clearing. Doug stood, stretching, and walked a complete circuit of the camp, passing directly between me and where I'd seen the figure. But the space stood empty now. Nothing remained at the forest edge. I scanned frantically, searching every shadow and dark space between trees. Nothing. No sign of the tall, misshapen form I'd seen moments earlier. Doug completed his circuit and settled by the fire, pulling a paperback from his pocket. Normal. Mundane. As though nothing threatened us from the darkness. Had I imagined it? Was my mind creating threats from shadow and suggestion? I shifted position, wincing as my injured ankle protested, and froze at a sound directly above me, the soft scrape of something moving across the tense rainfly. Not wind, not a branch. Something with weight and purpose, dragging deliberately across the fabric. I looked up as a hand-shaped impression pressed down against the tent ceiling. 5 elongated fingers splayed wide, applying increasing pressure until the waterproof fabric began to stretch inward. My paralysis broke. I scrambled backward, abandoning silence, and screamed for help as the tent ceiling continued to deform under that terrible pressure. The clearing erupted into chaos. Shouts, flashlight beams cutting through darkness, the sound of zippers and running feet. The pressure vanished instantly from above me. Doug reached my tent first, flashlight beam illuminating my terrified face as he yanked the vestibule fully open. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Words tumbled out incoherently. Hand, roof, watching us, not human. The others gathered around, faces showing concern and confusion. Jack knelt beside me, steady hand on my shoulder. "Slow down," he said. "What did you see?" I described the figure at the camp's edge, the hand pressing down from above. As I spoke, Jack directed his flashlight beam upward, illuminating the tent ceiling. 5 distinct muddy impressions marked the green fabric, elongated finger shapes pressed deep enough to stretch the material. The group fell silent, staring at the unmistakable handprint much larger than any human could make. "Maybe a bear," Kimberly suggested weakly. "Bears don't have fingers," Doug replied, voice tight with new fear. Jack took control, organizing an immediate departure despite the darkness. No one questioned the decision after seeing those muddy impressions. Within 20 minutes, we had packed essential gear and abandoned the rest, headlamps illuminating the trail as we moved downhill in tight formation. My ankle had worsened, but adrenaline dulled the pain as Doug and Jack supported me between them. We moved as quickly as safety allowed, every snapping twig or rustling leaf amplifying our collective fear. The night seemed endless, each section of trail identical to the last in our narrow beams of light. We spoke little, saving breath for movement and listening intently to the forest around us. Twice we stopped at sounds from the darkness, movement paralleling our route just beyond the range of our lights. Each time we huddled closer, backs together, lights pointed outward, until we convinced ourselves it was safe to continue. The forest played tricks in the darkness. Shadows became watching figures, then resolved back into branches and trunks. Wind through leaves mimicked whispers and footsteps. Yet underneath these explicable phenomena lay something undeniably real, a presence moving with us, watching, following, waiting. Around 3 a.m., Jack's flashlight captured a reflective surface ahead, a metal sign marking the final approach to the trailhead. New energy surged through our exhausted group as we recognized how close we were to safety. That's when we heard it. That same scream that began as something recognizably human before twisting into something else entirely. It came from directly behind us, close enough that we felt its vibration in our chests. "Run!" Jack shouted, abandoning caution. Doug and another man practically carried me between them as we fled down the trail, headlamp beams bouncing wildly. Behind us came sounds of pursuit, crashing underbrush and that terrible loping cadence I recognized from before. The parking area appeared ahead, a small dirt lot with our vehicles clearly visible in the darkness. Doug fumbled with his keys as they half-dragged me across the final distance. We piled into their SUV, doors slamming as Jack gunned the engine to life. Headlights cut through darkness, illuminating the trailhead entrance we'd just emerged from. For a split second it stood there, tall and misshapen against the tree line, that crown of bones and antlers silhouetted in the vehicle's lights. Then Jack accelerated hard, tires spraying gravel as we fishtailed onto the Forest Service road. No one spoke as we descended the mountain, each processing what we'd experienced in our own way. My last image as we rounded the bend was of that figure still standing motionless at the trailhead, watching our departure with those two large eyes in its gaunt, stretched face. I never saw my vehicle again. Never returned to retrieve the gear we abandoned. Some things carry too high a price to reclaim. The hospital in the small mountain town had limited resources, but sufficient expertise to treat my ankle. A grade 2 sprain with torn ligaments that would require weeks of recovery. The emergency room doctor listened to our abbreviated account with professional skepticism, attributing our collective fear to the stress of a night evacuation and possible encounters with local wildlife. Cougar, most likely, he suggested, noting down possible wildlife encounter on my chart. They've been known to stalk hikers, especially injured ones. You folks did the right thing getting out of there. We didn't argue. The sterile brightness of the hospital had already begun dismantling the horror of our experience, reducing it to something that could be filed away as a wilderness misadventure rather than an encounter with something that shouldn't exist. Jack arranged for a ride back to Seattle for me, refusing my offers of payment. Hikers take care of each other, he said simply. We exchanged contact information with promises to meet for drinks once I'd recovered. Promises I suspected neither of us intended to keep. Some experiences create bonds that are simultaneously too strong and too uncomfortable to maintain. In the weeks that followed, I replayed every moment of those 3 days in the mountains. Rational explanations presented themselves during daylight hours. A deranged human living in the wilderness, stress-induced hallucinations, the power of suggestion magnified by fear and isolation. At night, those explanations dissolved against the memory of that face, those proportions, that crown of bones that no human would construct or wear. I researched obsessively, starting with local news reports of missing hikers and strange occurrences in the North Cascades. The numbers were higher than I'd expected. Dozens of unsolved disappearances over the past decade, concentrated in specific areas, including the region where I'd hiked. My search expanded to indigenous folklore about the area. The skinwalker, a human who, through dark ritual, could transform into animal or hybrid forms, appeared in many southwestern tribal traditions, but similar entities existed in Pacific Northwest lore. The Stick Indians of Salish mythology, the Wendigo of Algonquian stories, malevolent forest spirits that mimicked human form while hunting human prey. I found an obscure ethnographic study from the 1950s that documented stories from tribes native to the Cascade region. They spoke of territories where even experienced hunters wouldn't travel, places where the one who watches from trees made its home. The descriptions matched with terrible precision what I'd encountered, unnaturally tall and gaunt, crowned with bones, moving with inhuman speed and grace. The tribe maintained strict taboos about these entities. Speaking of them directly could draw their attention. Making eye contact, as I had on the bridge, created a connection that would persist until one party was dead. Most disturbing was their description of its hunting pattern. It didn't immediately kill those it targeted, but instead followed them for days, studying their movements, learning their weaknesses, driving them toward isolation and madness before finally taking them. I contacted Jack 6 weeks after our evacuation, breaking my own resolution to leave the experience behind. He sounded uncomfortable on the phone but agreed to meet at a downtown bar where the press of humanity provided reassurance against the irrationality of our fears. "The others don't talk about it," he said after his second whiskey. "Doug has nightmares sometimes, but otherwise we've all just compartmentalized." "But you saw it," I pressed, needing confirmation I wasn't alone in my experience. Jack stared into his glass for a long moment. "I saw something," he finally admitted, "on the trail that night, when we were running. I was last in line and I looked back." He trailed off, then drained his whiskey in a single swallow. "It's easier to call it a bear or a cougar or a crazy homeless person. Harder to function if you believe there are things in this world that don't fit any category we have names for." I nodded, understanding his need for rational frameworks. "Have you been back out? Hiking, I mean." "Not yet." He signaled for another drink. "Spring, maybe. Somewhere with wide open spaces and lots of other people on the trail." I never returned to the mountains. My camping gear remained in storage, a silent reminder of a world I'd glimpsed but could no longer comfortably inhabit. I moved to Chicago 3 months later, telling myself the decision had nothing to do with putting distance between myself and the forests of the Pacific Northwest. For nearly a year, I convinced myself the experience had been exactly what the doctor suggested. An encounter with regional wildlife distorted by fear, isolation, and injury. I resumed normal life in my new city, the memories fading with time and distance. Then last week I received an envelope with no return address, postmarked from the same small mountain town where I'd been treated. Inside was a newspaper clipping reporting the disappearance of a solo hiker in the North Cascades National Park. The area of disappearance corresponded exactly with where I'd camped that first night. Beneath the clipping, written in unfamiliar handwriting, "It remembers you." That night, I woke to sounds on my sixth-floor apartment balcony, a soft, rhythmic tapping, 3 beats, then 2, repeated. I lay frozen in bed, unwilling to approach the window or call police who would find nothing and attribute my fear to an overactive imagination. The tapping continued for hours, stopping only when dawn broke across the Chicago skyline. I've heard it every night since, always starting around 3 a.m., always the same pattern. Last night, I finally gathered courage to approach the window. Pressing my face close to the glass to peer onto the darkened balcony, it stood waiting on the other side, separated from me by only a thin pane of glass, gaunt face stretched into what might have been a smile, revealing those filed, pointed teeth. The crown of bones and antlers scratched against the ceiling as it leaned closer, breath fogging the glass between us. Its elongated finger tapped against the window, 3 beats, then 2. I'm leaving Chicago tomorrow, though I know distance won't matter. What I saw in those mountains has followed me across a continent, patient and persistent. It will continue following until it decides the hunt has continued long enough. If you're reading this, understand one thing. There are spaces in our world where boundaries thin between what we know and what we've forgotten to fear. If you find yourself in such places, where silence falls too completely and shadows move against the wind, don't look too closely at what watches from the trees. And if you see it clearly, never meet its gaze. It remembers. Note: if you found this account in my belongings, I've likely become another statistic, another unexplained disappearance that authorities will attribute to accident or misadventure. Don't look for me in the wilderness. What walks there wearing my face won't be me anymore.